computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Good morning, everybody. Hope you're all having a great start to the day here. Let's kind of get after it a little bit, right? Definitely some things to kind of be conscious of or kind of talk about here pre-market. Looks like it could be a relatively busy day here, so worth kind of going through some things this AM. Now, we've got, where is it? Fed minutes here come out today, right? And so that I expect to create a little bit of a narrative here this morning for us to sort of deal with. We have is a little bit of a language change here from the Fed. So say January through February, March, right? Fed was talking about hiking by 25 basis points or by 50 basis points, right? Depending on where it's appropriate. Well, the language seems to have changed now to be more where we want to do a 250 basis point hike over the course of a year. So they're more giving us a range without necessarily telling us what their month-to-month plan is. So we're anticipating here, hopefully, from today's minutes that we get a little bit more clarity or a little bit more information in that sort of context. Also worth noting, right, that yesterday's sort of Fed speakers, who was it yesterday? Brainerd, right? She was talking about essentially how the Fed anticipates sort of speeding up, reducing its sort of balance sheet, right? So they're no longer going to be propping up markets. They're no longer going to be kind of buying further assets, and that might slow markets down here a little bit. So a little bit more of a bearish than bullish narrative here this AM, and that's certainly getting supported with a lot of the price action that we're seeing here today. Now, still a little bit of a head fakers market, but we haven't seen this 3 for 3 here very often, at least on the index level here recently. So what I mean by 3 for 3 is bearish candle, right? So if we look at our candlestick profile, kind of looks like this second most bearish to normal body bearish, right? So bearish candle plus that increasing bearish volume plus that gap down. So we can definitely make the argument that there's a lot of momentum here or a lot of sort of relative strength here from bears. And if they're able to sort of push this down, we kind of have that trend continuation. So definitely like the look of this here pre-market and think SPY has sort of a lot of relative strength here to the downside, especially if we're able to sort of clear and hold that 446.90. Certainly looks like we've got room towards that 444 and then eventually that 440 barrier, but we need to be a little bit cautious here still. This is a head fakers market, right? So let's not rush it. Let's not overtrade. Let's not force it, but definitely like the momentum and the potential that we're seeing here this AM. If we get a really bullish open, if this turns out to be a dip buyer's open, right, we're going to be looking at sort of opportunities to kind of a BB reversal. So maybe that's going to be a slightly longer time frame, right? 15 min, 30 min candles. We'll be looking to sort of go back to bottom line, midline, and then eventually top line, right? Eventually, essentially reverse to the mean. Some statistic where like gaps get filled within the first 48 hours, like 85% of the time. So if we're able to sort of get that momentum, fill that gap, maybe that's the initial play before that sort of trend sort of continues here this AM. Our entry logic on sort of a trend reversal is going to be a lot different than sort of this trend continuation here today. But we'll talk about that a little bit as things sort of set up. QQQ, right, giving us a very similar narrative here to the SPY, where it's that bearish candle, right, more bearish than bullish, kind of that normal body bearish, and that increasing volume. Now, not quite outlier, but we don't tend to get that very often here on the index level, so very happy to get that sort of significantly increasing volume, and then that gap down. So again, right, getting that 3 for 3 here on the index level, and looking for that sort of continuation narrative here today. If we're able to break down under this 354.80, certainly looks like there's room down towards that 353, and then sort of that 351.70 before testing that 350 zone. So like the potential here on QQQ, and then same thing with that BB reversal, right? If we get that momentum, if things start to kind of change on us here today, we'll look for sort of moves back inside towards that bottom line, midline, and top line. And we'll just have to cross that bridge when we get to it, depending on that volume profile. But easiest price action or best trade for me today would be that sort of bearish continuation, right? That trend continuation here this AM. I would like to see that sort of come together. Apple, right? So this is where things get a little bit different, or things are going to kind of change up here for us a little bit, right? Kind of that decreasing volume. So if we compare this to sort of the indexes, right, Apple's not exactly showing us a huge amount of relative strength. Now we're getting a more bearish than bullish candle, right? So normal body bearish candle and gap down, but not really that increasing sign of volume, right? Not that increasing volume. So hard to look at this as that sort of relative sign of strength. So we're getting kind of 2 out of 3 here instead of 3 for 3. And so hard to say that there's as much momentum here to the downside as QQQ or SPY. That creates two things for us, right? One, sort of exaggerates or creates the opportunity for more head fakes, right? Where if there isn't as strong of a trend, if there isn't as strong momentum, it's hard to expect they're going to get that super easy follow through here to the downside. So that creates that sort of opportunity, right? And that means we need to change our entry logic just a little bit here to sort of have that insurance by the time we make those lower lows. So if we're able to get that momentum, if this thing wants to break down, we're going to be looking to enter on sort of a pullback, a relative pullback here, right, on weakness. So if we get that breakout, we want to see it make that lower low. We want to see it give us that sort of fake out here to the downside, then pull back and look to enter short on that pullback here. So that's what I mean by enter at a stop loss. And just a little bit of a reminder here. We'll talk about those conditions as they set up, but definitely sort of how we want to sort of behave or watch this sort of entry logic here today. Tesla, right? Probably more one to watch than one to trade here this morning, as it's kind of shown us a lot of relative strength here recently, and I'm not super convinced that there's a really tradable range here to the downside, or at least not in the short term, right? We don't really have any indication of bears being in control, right? We made a little bit of a higher high here there yesterday, but weren't able to go engulfing on volume. So we're kind of getting that 2 out of 3 into what's been a really strong here bullish trend, and then kind of bull flag breakout here recently. So for me, right, more one to watch than one to trade, at least if we get that downside continuation. And we could look for sort of that BB reversal, right? If Tesla wants to step back in and show us that sort of momentum and show us that sort of strength to the upside, I think there's got a lot of potential here to kind of give us that follow through up and over. But to the downside, I think it's a little bit trappy. And yeah, okay, if this gap fill wants to go, so be it. I don't know if we have that realistic risk reward profile to get that $4 or $5 move. So a more one to watch than one to trade, especially if it wants to continue to show us that sort of relative strength in either direction. Microsoft, right? Very similar here to this Apple, where it's giving us that sort of inside bar consolidation, right? Fair enough. But on low volume, right? Fair enough. But again, right, this candle, okay, normal body bearish, right? But decreasing volume. So decreasing volume candle, strong candle profile, and gap down. Again, it's that 2 out of 3, right? It's not exactly that huge sign of strength for us this AM. So we'd like to see a little bit more relative strength come in before we chase this thing down. If it breaks that 302.50 area, certainly looks like there is space right towards that 300 barrier. And then if we lose that 300 shelf, right, there's a lot of room down towards that sort of 298 profile. But again, right, want to be just a little bit cautious here with that head fakers market. So this will be a trade where we look to enter at the stop loss, right? Look to enter at where our stop loss would have been, right? Where that relative weakness is, right? See that get taken out, and then look to have that sort of insurance when we make those lower lows. So we'll cross that bridge. We'll talk about it as it sets up, but we can be really patient here waiting for that perfect entry on this Microsoft, as it's not giving us that relative sign of strength here to the downside. AMD, right? Really nice little wedge pattern we've got going on here, and seems to have lost that trend line here with some conviction. If we're able to get that follow through here under this 102.90, AMD certainly has a lot of room down towards that 100 barrier. Under this 100, man, we can kind of remap those levels here a little bit, but let's not get too aggressive, right? That's going to be like a 3-4% move to get there. So I don't want to get too carried away chasing this thing down forever. Again, right, same thing. A little bit of that trend continuation, right, where we've got that really nice volume there from March 31st, and it certainly looks like we're kind of continuing that sort of narrative. But yesterday's price action, not exactly super strong, right, on a volume profile. So good candle, bad volume, good gap down. Again, getting that 2 out of 3. So when we get those 2 out of 3, when we get that sort of mixed signals, right, it just creates a little bit of indecision in that momentum from my perspective, right? Makes me hard to trust this super easily or trust this on this initial breakdown. So want to wait for that sort of relative sign of weakness, right? Look to enter on that pullback, right? Look to enter at that stop loss, and then have that insurance for any sort of follow through to the downside. And then NVIDIA, right? NVIDIA sort of the opposite here, where, okay, really nice sort of breakdown here we've recently, right? Really big gap down, good increasing volume, right? So we have that 3 for 3 narrative here, right? We can be a little bit more maybe aggressive with our entry as we have a little bit more momentum here to the downside. So like the look of this here, if NVIDIA can set up, right? At least compared to AMD, there's maybe a little bit more relative strength in this move, and I like the look of this here. Now, my big concern, right, is sort of the relative strength that we're seeing kind of this March 24th area. And so if we're able to sort of lose that shelf or sort of lose that momentum, right, we have some space down. Now, for me, that happens under this 245.76, seems to be where that high volume stepped in from, right? This seems to be this candle where we have that narrative coming in. So if we can lose that sort of shelf, get that sort of follow through momentum, think there's a lot of room down towards that sort of 240 barrier, right, with not really that much resistance or that much support, right, for bulls in between. So strong narrative here to the downside, good gap down, good candle profile, right, full body bearish candle. So I'd like to see that narrative continue, and if we can get that momentum, should have an opportunity to kind of run this thing down. And then Facebook, right? Facebook give us a really nice sort of hammer rejection there on the daily time frame on that increasing almost outlier volume. So really good sign of relative strength here to the downside. And if you can give us that action underneath, right, under this 225, it certainly looks like that path towards that 220 can come very, very quickly. Now we do have some resistance here at this 220, 260, right? Anticipating maybe a little bit of resistance at this 224. And if we can get that follow through, right, again, I think there's a little bit of potential. We are getting that 3 for 3 here, right? More bearish than bullish candle here with that second most bearish look, right? Increasing outlier volume and then a fake out high. So got an area here where we've seen a lot of rejections before, right? So wouldn't be too crazy or too unexpected to sort of see that follow through to the downside here this AM. Again, right? Maybe a little bit of an easier setup than something like that AMD or Apple because we have a little bit more momentum, a little bit more of a trend here to deal with. And I like the look of that here at this AM. So I think there's enough potential. There's enough to be excited about. If we can get that follow through, we should have a really good opportunity to kind of chase these things down. Now we're going to have a few other names that might kind of perk up and catch our attention here this morning, but want to be relatively cautious here in the short term while we kind of have a relatively important news narrative here to come out this afternoon, right? So Fed minutes come out at 2 p.m. Now, most of those moves should probably be priced in, or most of that should kind of behave the way we expect, but we still want to be a little bit cautious. We still want to put a little bit of respect on that data point. And if it can kind of shape up, we can get that relative strength. We should have enough sort of good setups here that can give us that sort of trend continuation. When we look for reversals, if we have to look for that sort of bullish narrative here today, that's where things are going to slow down quite a bit for us. And we're going to have to look for, right, entering at the stop loss. We're going to have to look for kind of that relative sign of weakness, look for that pullback, right? Look for that opportunity to kind of get that really, really tight risk reward profile. So need to be a little bit cautious, need to be a little bit patient, and wait for things to be absolutely perfect before things set up here for me this morning. We got about, 17 minutes here until market open. So just make sure you get all your execution software up, right? You're not too far behind on the stream, and you're ready to absolutely crush it here today. If you guys are new here to DTR Wednesday, right, pop your chart requests in the chat, whatever questions you have in the chat, and I'll get back to you as soon as I see it, right? The more questions that you can ask, right, the more questions I can help answer. My name is Michael. I've been trading for, I don't know, like almost 8.5, 9 years. And started my career, right, working for the bad guys at a pretty big hedge fund based in the UK. Now sort of just manage my own money. So here to level the playing field for you guys, here to help teach you guys what I know and sort of share what I do. I'll be pretty transparent throughout this entire process, but the more questions you can ask, right, the easier it is for me to kind of keep talking here all day long. In general, I trade, right, kind of 8 or 9 tickers consistently. So that's Apple, SPY, QQQ, Tesla, Microsoft, AMD, NVDA, Facebook, and then a few others here and there. I tend to stay away from small caps, not really for me, hate getting halted. But if we can get that momentum, right, we get plenty of action in those names. So we'll see how this day shapes up. We'll see how things set up, and hopefully we can have ourselves a really, really big day. It's been a head fakers market, right? So have a little, been working on a few little things to kind of avoid those head fakes, right? And kind of keep improving. But number one priority here is risk management, right? Survive until we can thrive. And if this market starts trending here again, and today seems like it could be a trend day, that's where we can kind of really dominate price action. So we're going to be patient. We're going to wait for things to look absolutely perfect. And when they do, we'll have a really good opportunity to sort of take advantage of today's action. Now, today's Wednesday, so that means SPY and QQQ options expire here today. I will not be chasing any of those calls or puts. I don't deal with anything with single day expiration, just not worth the stress. So rather have a little bit of extra time and a little bit of, I don't have to be as stressed by the time decay if things set up. So that's sort of what I'll be looking at. We'll see how that comes together. So yeah, guys, if you have any chart requests, if you have any questions, please pop in the chat, right? Share this with your friends. The more people we can get watching, the better. And hopefully we can kind of get this to sort of those all-time highs here today. So we'll see how the day goes. We'll see how the day shapes up. But should be a relatively fun session. So hopefully we can get a little bit of joy here today. I'm just going to make myself a quick cup of coffee and sort of spend a minute or two sort of visualizing a successful trading day. And then we'll do a quick little pre-market rundown here again. So I'll be back in about 2 or 3 minutes. maybe 5 minutes, we'll call it, and we'll get back to it then. All right, so let's do a quick little rundown here again before the day starts. Hopefully we have a nice, strong session. We need to be cautious of a few things here this AM, right? So a little bit of a gap down on the index level, right, which we'd love to see. So we're getting that sort of really nice trend-looking content, right? Hey, John. Yeah, so no, this is a great time to ask that question. So in general, right, levels are... Technical analysis is really simple in my opinion, right? So it's daily highs and lows, weekly highs and lows, monthly highs and lows. If you map out those levels, 90% of the time, right, that's going to be your sort of your targets that you're looking for entry. And then you just drag down to where you see sort of multiple points of contact, right? Or where you sort of see price action kind of step in. So here, right, we've got a little bit of a shelf. Say, for example, right, we could look at here, right, on the SPY. We could look at the, say, 449 area. But if I price my target there, I see a couple areas where, okay, there's maybe not as strong, right? I see a couple areas where it doesn't really hold, doesn't really bounce, so maybe not as good. So I just push this down, right, until I see an area where I see multiple points of contact. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right, 7. We got a lot more sort of conviction here all of a sudden that this is a slightly stronger sort of range, right? So that's really all it is. It's not there's not really too much to it. It's weekly highs and lows, daily highs and lows, and monthly highs and lows. And we can get those levels set up, right? Then you just look for that next point of contact underneath, right? So that's sort of what we're doing. And that's generally the case. No need to overcomplicate things. The way you want to establish levels can be a million other things. Like you could also use like Fibonacci, for example, right? Oh, that's the wrong one. Right, so that's a pretty common one. Just little things like that. So it's not something to overthink about. Like in general, I would say getting your levels right is really not that important. All things considered, right? It's not, you don't need to put too much stock into it. It's 5% of what this is. And if you're struggling with that, then that's what Bollinger Bands are incredible for. So go daily Bollinger Bands. Okay, this is the upper range of what's expected. This is the middle range of what's expected. And this is sort of the bottom range of what's expected. So this is just dynamic support and resistance, right? And you can kind of see where price is going to sort of behave that way. So I wouldn't overthink it too much. For me, it's daily highs and lows, weekly highs and lows, and monthly highs and lows 85, 90% of the time. And then just sort of drag it sort of where you see that those most points of contact. Right, so definitely think there's a little bit, it's just that simple. So this morning, right, we have a little bit of a nice narrative here today. Members, for DTR members who are watching, we got a couple things we want to talk about here. So nice little trend day setup here so far, right? So engulfing on volume or increasing volume, right? Second most bearish candle, right? So looking pretty good, and then gap down. So we're getting 3 for 3 here. That's supporting the sort of bearish narrative this AM. If we can get that bearish setup, be happy to go on a break and hold, right? So we're looking for a breakdown under this 446.90 for a move towards that 445.30 and then that 444 area. Then if we can get lucky, we get a little bit of follow through. Certainly looks like there is space down towards that 440 barrier, but want to be a little bit cautious, waiting for things to be absolutely perfect here this morning. Similar story on QQQ, right? Failed breakout there the last couple days, but now got that bearish engulfing candle plus that increasing volume, right? Plus that gap down gives that sort of 3 for 3 look here this AM. If we're able to sort of flush under this 354.80, that path towards that 350 can come very, very quickly. Apple, right? Not quite getting as strong of a look here, right? So decreasing daily volume, right? Strong candle, gap down equals 2 out of 3, right? So if we're comparing this to QQQ, if we're comparing this to SPY, right? These volume profiles are a lot stronger than what we're seeing here in Apple. So that little bit of indecision or that little bit of challenging conditions here from Apple slows things down just a little bit and makes me a little bit skeptical that we're going to get that easy follow through here to the downside. So what I'd like to see, right, is if we get that breakdown, if we get that follow through, to then look to enter at that stop loss, to look to enter where that sort of relative weakness steps in, and then get that really, really tight risk reward ratio and kind of enter, average in on an initial entry there. And then if we make that lower low. Tesla, more one to watch than one to trade here today after sort of the relative strength we've been seeing in the last couple days, right? So we've got a nice little run up here from this 15th to sort of, April 4th. And then yesterday, right, kind of that first day where it sort of sold off and kind of pulled back here a little bit. So probably tough for me to trade this, right, in the short term, and tough for me to kind of go after this sort of strength or to kind of chase this to the downside, as I don't really see any relative strength here, right? So even though we're gapping down, even though we kind of have that 2 out of 3 here, it's hard to put too much stock into this, as it's 2 out of 3 going into what's been a really, really strong move. So if we get a reversal, right, maybe this will be like a BB play, right, kind of things along those lines, but not really any levels to the downside, and probably tough to get that initial risk reward profile that looks good under that 1050 barrier. So need a bit more information before we can be bearish here, and more one to watch than one to trade. Microsoft, very similar here to that Apple, right? Disappointing daily volume on what's a decent looking daily candle, right? Nice little inside bar, significant gap down, kind of giving us that 2 out of 3 here this AM. If we lose that 302.50 area, that path to 300 comes very quickly, right? There's very minimal resistance here in between. So certainly looks like that could be in play here this morning, but want to be a little bit cautious, right? So same thing like that Apple, we want to enter here on the stop loss because we don't have that 3 for 3, right? We don't have that super fantastic strength here to the downside. So I'd like to see that pull back, right? Make that fake out lower low, pull back, show us relative weakness, right? See weak bulls try to reclaim it. And then when they do, to break down and fail and kind of run this thing back towards, right, that 300 barrier and to have a little bit of insurance for when we make that lower low. AMD, right? Very similar narrative here. We have a really nice little wedge pattern, right? Okay, a little bit more of a bearish narrative here long term as that sort of March 31st high, right? Volume bar has not really been invalidated here yet. So we have a little bit of momentum to the downside. If AMD can kind of break down under this 102.90 on volume, we want to wait for that stop loss, right? Wait for that relative weakness to step in, wait to see how bulls try to redefend this sort of area. And then when we see weak bulls, look to enter on that sign of weakness, right? Then we'll have that insurance for if we make those lower lows where we can't really get head faked, or we're hopefully protecting a win, right, before we can get head faked. So it needs a little bit of information, but that path towards that 100 barrier certainly looks to be in play. So let's see how that volume steps in. And then interestingly enough, right, NVIDIA sort of giving us that opposite look. So really good full body bearish candle here to the downside, right? Really good increasing volume, right? Kind of continuing with the sort of recent trend we've had here, and then gap down. So we're getting that sort of 3 for 3 pieces of information that support that same narrative, right? Support that same thesis. So if we can get that continuation move, we're looking for a breakdown under this 245.76, right, which is sort of under this March 18th low, right? That's where we saw that sort of relative strength step in from. So we're looking for that to sort of get invalidated. And if it can, and it can break and hold, then there's certainly a lot of space down towards that 240 barrier on very minimal resistance, and then could flush down even towards those 230 mark. But I don't want to get too greedy or too ambitious here, right, on such a big gap down, right? I don't think we're going to move 20% in a day or 10% in a day necessarily. So let's not get too greedy here and wait for things to look absolutely perfect. And then last but not least, right, we have that Facebook. So really nice little hammer rejection there yesterday, right? Good increasing almost outlier volume. So good sign of relative strength here. Then that gap down seems to be defending this sort of gap up, or seems to be, bears seem to be stepping in and defending an area where they've stepped in and defended before. So we'd like to see now that continuation narrative on any sort of break and hold. So looking for a move under this 225, for a move down towards that 224, right, which is kind of around here, and then that sort of 220, 260, 222, and then eventually that 220 area. So I think there's a little bit of potential here, but there's a few names where it might be a little bit trappy, might be a little bit different. For members who are in, right, for those who remember what we talked about yesterday, well, if you're going to be looking to enter or trying to avoid those head fakes, kind of spent the afternoon sort of looking at sort of how things behaved in March, right? And oftentimes the most likely time that we got head faked is when we didn't have that sort of trend day setting up for us in the morning, right? So when we didn't get that 3 for 3, when we didn't have that momentum, when we got that 2 out of 3, when we got that 1 out of 3, or when we played those reversals, that's when we got head faked, right? So we had the right analysis, but our timing struggled. But when we had that 3 for 3, when we had that strong momentum, that's when we really did well, and we kind of clicked at that 70% win rate. So we have a few setups where that's going to give us that opportunity, and we'll be looking for this for that traditional entry logic. But in names or situations where we have sort of that 2 for 3 setup, where we have that good thesis, but maybe not that right momentum that we're looking for, we're going to want to be a little bit more patient and look to enter at that stop loss. So we'll talk about it as things set up here. We're certainly not going to rush into anything, but certainly looks like there's a little bit of momentum in some of these index names here today. Now, we do have Fed minutes to be careful of here this morning, right? And that could slow things down here a little bit, especially because the Fed is changing their language a little bit around how they're managing, how they're managing sort of expectations around Fed rate hikes. So the sort of language that I've been seeing here is that they're now talking about doing like 250 basis points over the course of the year versus doing 25 basis point hike, or signaling they're going to do a 25 point hike or a 50 point hike at any specific moment. So we're going to try to see if we can get a little bit more clarity here from those Fed minutes, but that certainly seems to be the case. Yesterday we got maybe a little bit of a warning sign of what's going to be on the docket there, and so if we can get that momentum, right? If we can get that sort of continuation of that sort of thesis, we should have an opportunity to run those things down. Now, we had a few things alert here off this opening bell, right, with SPY right away, but we need to be cautious, right? Wait for that volume to step in and support our thesis to the downside. Same thing with Amazon, right? Let's wait this thing out. Okay, it's gapping down under sort of our perceived area of support, right, on that increasing volume, but we need to see that, candle now step in right on this opening 5 min to sort of confirm our narrative. So really good volume pace, off that opening 30 seconds, but I'm not getting too attached to these moves until they look absolutely perfect here this morning. If you guys are new to the stream, right, you're new to DTR Wednesday, say hello, introduce yourselves, pop any questions in the chat. The more questions you guys can ask, right, the more I have to talk about here today, and I don't have to keep repeating myself. So here to help, here to answer any questions, here to show you all my trades as they happen live, and we'll kind of go through things as they're sort of setting up. So a little bit of a gap up morning here, or sort of reversal morning, and if we see that sort of strength, we'll look for sort of that BB reversal. But, right, because we have that sort of rejection, or we're looking for that, then kind of getting only that 1 out of 3, right, we'll be looking to enter on a stop loss here, or enter on a pullback, right, if we're going to be looking to kind of run this thing up. So be patient here, guys. Nothing to rush yet, right? Something like this Apple giving us a really good volume pace on this possible BB reversal. We want to be just a little bit cautious, a little bit patient. Wait for things to sort of set up, wait for things to sort of behave, and then when they do, it'll be immediately obvious to us, and we'll have a great opportunity to take advantage of today's price action. If you guys could do me a favor and please like this video and subscribe to the channel if you aren't already, really helps me with the YouTube algorithm and gets me to more eyes into the stream, more eyes that can get in, right? It just helps me out to be able to teach as many people as possible. So would really appreciate that. And if we can get to sort of all-time numbers here today, we can get to sort of that ATH viewers, I'll do a little giveaway and kind of reward you guys for your viewership here today. So we'll see how this day shapes up. But look, right, nice little bit kind of a bearish flip here. Maybe you could get that right volume pace, right? 2.5 minutes to go on this candle. Might be able to finish that bearish engulfing. So let's see how this wants to shape up. SPY, QQQ, we're not quite at that sort of target level. So we need to be a little bit cautious here. Apple, right, a little bit indecisive, but really good volume pace. So not quite ready to sort of chase this down. Tesla giving us exceptional volume here to the downside. But remember, guys, we have that 2 for 3 here on that Tesla and really strong sort of trend. It's tough for me to want to chase this down in the short term. Microsoft, right? Sorry, a bit slow. A little bit of a bounce, kind of looking just like that Apple, right? So if we can get that sort of momentum, we can get that sort of reversal, logic, we could have an opportunity here, especially with 2 minutes left on this candle, could be in play. AMD, right? Really good volume pace. You're already outlier, already increasing volume. So if we get this relative sign of strength, look to enter on a pretty significant pullback, and then we could have an opportunity to run this thing up. And then that same thing here on this NVIDIA, right? NVIDIA, if we're going to be looking for sort of bullish reversals, we don't have that, we're fighting against the trend, right? So we want to look to enter at where our stop loss would be. Facebook has a chance to sort of reject here under this 225. A little bit of a rejection here so far and a good volume pace, but about $2.70 away from where we'd be looking to enter on. So let's be a little bit cautious and a little bit patient here this AM until things look perfect. Amazon, right? Very indecisive price action here so far. So I'm not going to chase this yet. But if we can give us a little bit more of a full body close here to the downside, maybe around that 322.20, then it gets a lot more interesting for me. So for now, right, not quite perfect. What we're looking for, right, always is those 1, 2, 3 or 1, 2, 3 candles, and then that increasing outlier volume. If we get that, we've got a really good indication that our thesis is in play, right, that other people have that same idea as us, and that hopefully we can get a little bit of that easy follow through. So we expect that easy follow through, right, when we have that sort of increasing momentum on the daily time frame, right, when we see that sort of strength in numbers previously, right? And so that's what we're talking about here with that increasing volume, right, stronger than previous day. Second most bearish, right? If we looking at these candlesticks, kind of looks like the second most bearish normal body bearish candle. So we have that sort of sign of relative strength here to the downside. So we're looking for sort of any strong sign of that continuation thesis. When we get that look, when we get that momentum, we have a really good opportunity to sort of run this thing down. Now, SPY doesn't look like it's going to give us that outlier increasing volume here on this opening 5 min. It's pretty rare that it does, but maybe more one to watch here on this 15 min time frame. So if it can step up, we're on a really good volume pace here so far. We keep getting a little bit of momentum. I don't know why the volume isn't loading, taking forever. We can get a little bit of momentum here this AM. We should have an opportunity to kind of run this thing down. QQQ, right, didn't quite give us that increasing outlier volume, so not going to chase it. Apple gave us good volume, but bad candle, right? High volume indecision is the worst decision, right? Kind of looks like that neutral bullish candle. So not going to be super obsessed with this thing in the short term. Still going to maybe want to wait this thing out on some of these longer time frames and see if we can get a little bit of follow through. Tesla giving us good volume to the downside, but I'm not super interested in chasing this in the short term. AMD, right, a little bit of a indecisive open, right, now maybe selling off here a little bit, so would like to see that continuation follow through to the downside as well. NVDA, right, good candle, right, really good volume on that move, but now has a little bit of space that needs to go. We're not chasing this here, right, because we have that sort of really high volume bar from this March 18th that we need to invalidate, and that gets invalidated once we can make a lower low past that level. So even though this is a good volume pace, don't think it's one that sort of exceeds that volume pace we saw there on the 18th, and certainly not enough sort of relative strength over the last couple of days to sort of invalidate that strength as well. So again, right, need to be a little bit patient here, a little bit cautious to not chase this fake out, wait for this 245.75 area to break, and then we should have an opportunity to run this thing down. Facebook, indecisive, more bearish than bullish candle. Right, if we look at the candlestick profile, kind of looks more like that least bullish than full body bullish, right? And so we're not super interested in this until it can maybe give us a more convincing signal on one of those longer time frames, but a really good volume pace here off this opening 7 minutes. So for now, not really too much for me to trade. Don't think we got any really A+ looks off that opening bell. Roku, not bad. Interesting. Roku actually is very interesting. One of those names, though, that struggles for option volume, so it needs to be a little bit cautious here. But that's a really good candle, right? That's what we want to see. So then if we make that lower low, right, that's what we would like here, right? Best case scenario, that's what we're looking for. Amazon didn't quite give us that open, right? So we're going to wait this thing out on some of these longer time frames and see if it wants to behave. Roku, right, not going to have that right option volume, so it's going to fail on my execution requirements. And if that's the case, right, it's just not worth chasing. So just going to wait this thing out, right? If it needs to sort of wait it out a little bit, could be in play, but not quite there yet, right? So looking at those, maybe like 120 puts. And I see about 600 contracts traded here so far today. So that's about 1/4, right, of what we're looking for on a volume basis, right? What we want, right, is heavy volume, right? If you see a heavy volume sell-off, you want to see a lot of volume in the option chain as well, right? It's that same thing. You want that consistent narrative, tell you that same consistent story on the way down and on the way up, right? So if that volume isn't stepping in, we got to wait it out until it does. So now that volume is getting a little bit bigger, right? Now pushing towards that, say, 900 contracts, right? So 50% bigger than what it was 30 seconds ago, but still not quite at that 2K volume profile that we are looking for. Now, Roku, right? Maybe this would be what we'll be looking to enter on a pullback anyway, as yesterday's sort of volume profile not quite engulfing. So we'd like to be a little bit cautious here in the short term. For now, right, QQQ looking like it might want to set up and make lower lows. So one to watch here on this 15-minute time frame, as we have a pretty good pace here with 6.5 minutes to go on these volume bars. So be patient, right? Still waiting for that sort of increasing volume to get that sign of strength, relative sign of strength to the downside. And when we can get that, right, we'll have an opportunity, right? Look at this in videos. This is exactly why we didn't chase on this breakdown, even though it's a really strong looking candle, right? Because we haven't invalidated the weakness, right, or the relative strength, right, on this sort of March 18th. So inside this sort of range, right, we're still expecting a little bit of chop, still expecting a little bit of some challenging conditions. So wait for things to sort of get invalidated, right? As traders, we get paid for our decisions. We don't get paid for our time. So let's put ourselves in a situation where we're consistently making good decisions here this AM, right? Nothing to rush, nothing to force, nothing to overtrade. And instead, let's wait for things to be absolutely perfect here this AM. So for now, looks like it's going to be longer time frames that we rely on, right? 15 min might be our next sort of look. And if we can get that chance, let's see what happens, right? But I'm not forcing anything here, guys. I'm not in a rush. A little bit of some indecisive price action. So let's see how it comes together. So if NVIDIA wants to give us that reversal volume, right, could really be interesting here this morning, but we're going to want to enter on a little pullback, right? We're not going to be chasing this right off the opening bell. We're certainly not going to be rushing this. So wait for this thing to be perfect, right? Wait for things to set up exactly the way we want. When they do, we'll have a good look, right? Max, man, you kill it on that QQQ. Let's go, dude. Let's go. So now QQQ, right, giving us that little bit of that breakdown here. Want to see if this can give us that sort of full body volume close, right? Have a chance. 3 minutes, 4 minutes to go on this candle. We can get a little bit of momentum here. Should have an opportunity to be able to then run this thing down. What's great about this QQQ, right, is we can be a little bit less patient with our entry, if you want to call it that, right? Because we have that nice trend line continuation, right? We've got that momentum in our favor here. We're not fighting momentum. So DTR members, if we talked about yesterday, right? We want to enter on the stop loss. We want to enter on pullbacks. Yes, right? We want to do that when we have opportunities where that relative strength isn't there, or when we get that sort of 2 out of 3, right? So talk about that as sort of as it comes together. But it'd be something like this Apple, right? Where, okay, a little bit of a more challenging open, right? We can see that compared to QQQ, right? QQQ gave us a more bearish looking candle, then kind of that continuation, whereas Apple gave us indecision, inside bar, and then breakdown, right? So there's more weakness, more relative weakness here, more relative momentum to the downside in QQQ than there is in Apple. And so our entry logic should reflect that difference, right? So if we have a really strong look, right, if we've got really strong momentum here to the downside, and that's sort of supported by sort of the daily thesis, then we have that chance or that higher conviction that we're going to get that sort of follow through, right? So Apple, reason we're waiting for that to enter at the stop loss or enter on sort of that relative weakness is because this is that decreasing daily volume there. So, okay, good looking candle, bad looking volume, good looking gap down. It's 2 out of 3. We're missing a little bit of information. So we want to wait this thing out, wait for it to be perfect. And maybe something like this QQQ gives us just that slightly easier narrative here this AM. SPY, let's see how this volume pace is coming together here, taking its sweet time. Probably not going to go engulfing on volume here, right? Realistically, QQQ's got a slightly better pace. So if this thing can fill out, if it can give us that high conviction look, we certainly have an opportunity here to the downside. So wait this thing out, right? Another minute and a half to go on this QQQ. NVIDIA now kind of rejecting here again. It's probably not looking for this as a Bollinger Band reversal, right? Instead, let's wait for this thing to make lower lows under that 245.76, and then we can have an opportunity to chase this thing down. Same thing on this AMD, right? AMD looking similar like that Apple, where, okay, nice little bearish narrative here, but not that increasing volume. So hard to see that momentum is in it short term, and so that's going to change the way we want to enter this position. So for now, number one look here appears to be this QQQ. If it can give us that outlier volume close, there's a really good opportunity for us to chase after this move. So as we're sort of setting this up, as this thing is looking, worth keeping an eye on some of these option chains and seeing, what's going to be sort of good for us here today. Looking for probably April 8th puts, right? Not looking at anything that expires today. That feels for me like a little bit like a trap. Probably looking at those 350 April 8ths. So let's see how this thing closes in the next 50 seconds or so. But really good pace here so far on this QQQ. Okay, so QQQ, right? Now going increasing on volume. So we're going to map this out. Okay, so good increasing volume there on this 5. So let's see now we got a little bit of a pullback. See if this candle can go green, right? Show us a little higher high. If we make that higher high, then look for breakdowns under that 353.60, right? And then look to chase this thing down. So if we make a lower low here, guys, I will be interested. I'm going to go about half size here, half size on this QQQ. So if we make a lower low here, guys, I will be interested. Looking at those April 8th 350 puts. We've got room down here. We've got room down. Okay, about 10 cents away here. So still not in, still not in. All right, guys, I'm in. Average price 234.8. 234.8 on those 350 puts. So let's see if we can get some immediate follow through here and kind of get some nice action here to the downside. So far, so good, right? So far, so good. So far, so good here, guys, right? So far, so good. So let's see if this thing can now flush for us. So far, so good here, guys, right? So far, so good. So see if this thing can now give us a little bit of follow through and get towards that entry protection mode. But like the way this is behaving here so far. So really good shape, right, on this QQQ. See if we can get this thing to that 10% barrier and then keep running this thing down. No, no interest in Tesla here to the downside, Rusty. Too much of a bullish narrative for us to fight against over the short term. Yeah, great question, Zach. So it's a combination of things here. I just want to put up 1 sec here. So what I kind of saw yesterday, and I spent like an afternoon looking at things, is when we had that sort of trend day or that sort of trend continuation follow through, have that sort of overnight momentum, when we get that sort of 3 for 3, then we don't get head faked as often, right? Or we get head faked at the same amount, reasonable failure rate, right? But when we have that sort of inconsistent narrative, right, then it becomes a little bit challenging. So QQQ, okay, increasing outlier or increasing volume, right, full body bearish candle, right, and then gap down kind of gives us that 3 for 3 in that sort of bearish momentum. So then if we can get that, look for that break and hold, right, that's generally when we're looking for sort of that continuation move. Whereas something like this Apple, right, didn't have that increasing volume, didn't have that sort of full like consistent narrative. So that's what we want to look to enter at the stop loss. When we have that relative sign of weakness, we don't have that same sort of overnight momentum, that's when we're more interested in focusing on looking to enter on that sort of relative sign of weakness, because we don't have that same momentum. So there's more momentum here because we have that, full body candle, that gap down, and that sort of increasing volume, right? That for me equals sort of building momentum to the downside. So I'm more interested to enter on a break and hold, right, traditionally. Whereas if we don't have that momentum, we don't have that same consistent narrative, creates a little bit of a more challenging situation. So we want to then look to enter at a stop loss, right, and have that sort of tighter risk reward profile. So hopefully that makes a little bit of sense. Yeah, so yeah, maybe I didn't explain it very well pre-market, but that's the idea, right? So if we have that strong building momentum, we have that 3 for 3, then I'm happy to go for the break and hold, right? Look to get that right setup. Otherwise, going to look to enter on sort of that relative weakness. So hopefully this can behave for us. Still in play here, though, guys. Still in play. So let's see if this thing can now flush. Dealt a little bit more decay than we would have liked to see probably at this point. But still, thesis is still alive. Okay, so now let's see if this thing can give us a little bit of follow through here, right? Current ask 242. So let's see if this thing can flush down towards like that 250 range. In good shape here though, guys, right? In good shape here. So first take profit's going to be at 250 here, guys. That's almost here now, right? Couple cents away. So I'm going to lock in some profit here at this 250. About 1/4 of my position here. And then stop loss will be at 237. So there we go. Locked in some profit there at that 250. Now stop loss on my remainder, guys. Like I said, 237. I'm going to keep trying to take some profit on the sort of way up, right? Relative way up on these contracts. So actually going to take a little bit more off here at this 260. Another 1/4 of my position. So really, really good start here, guys. Really, really good start. Now stop loss on my remainder. I'm going to go 245 stop loss, 245 stop loss. And let's see if this thing can give us a little bit of a big flush here all of a sudden. But in really good shape here. Everything else is starting to break down, right? So we're in pretty good shape with this QQQ. So let's see if we can keep getting a little bit of follow through here to the downside. Maybe we can trust some of these moves here on these longer time frames, right? If we can get like a slightly better close. But I'm very much just focused here on this QQQ as it's starting to break down here for us. Next take profit, I'm going to trade takeoff at like 275, something along those lines. And then hopefully can keep getting a little bit of follow through past that. But really, really good shape here, everybody. Let's go. Hopefully a few of you guys caught this as well. Creeping up towards that 275. And I'm going to take off another 1/4 of what I have left. 1/4 of what I have left. So I still have a chance to kind of run this thing big if it keeps flushing. But in really good shape here, everyone, right? Almost a 1% day here all of a sudden. Let's go, right? Really, really good start, guys. Really, really good start. And very happy with that entry logic. Hopefully it makes sense to you guys. Stop loss here is going to be 252. 252 stop loss. And it's going to be pretty aggressive with that. No excuse to let a winning trade turn into a losing trade. So please make sure that at the very least you're protecting your entry here and do not let this thing go red. So like I said, guys, right, next take profit target is this 275 area. Gotten close a couple times and then rejected. So that's why I pushed my stop loss higher, right? Just a little bit, still nervy in this market. When we get that 275 flush, I'll keep my stop loss at that 250 and kind of give this thing some room to breathe and see if we can get that mega follow through. That's really what I'm hoping for here. Ooh, I got a couple contracts off there. Trying to get a few more. I got two. I sold 2 contracts. There we go. So locked in some profit there, guys. So now let's see if this thing can keep going down. Stop loss, like I said, 255. I'm going to push it to. And let's see if this thing can keep running. But really, really good shape here all of a sudden, right? Nothing to do besides watch. Great start to the day. Our thesis came together, right? Really happy with that entry logic. Think it makes a lot of sense and will be what I'm trying to do going forward. Let's go, guys, right? Let's go. So look at Apple, right? Apple isn't showing us that same relative strength, and it's struggling for that follow-through, right? And we know it's not showing us that same relative strength because yesterday's volume was not nearly as strong. So that's what we care about, right? QQQ's volume compared to yesterday was that increasing sort of closer to outlier, giving us that more sort of sign of strength. And so that's what's making this breakdown a lot easier, right? That's why we're happy to sort of enter on this sort of break and hold versus waiting for this thing to enter on a pullback. But let's go, guys. Let's go. Anyone else catch this here with me? Hey, it's not about the size, right? So it's not about it's not about how big you are. It's about how you use it. So if you're stopping yourself out with 100 contracts, right, but you can't stomach a 1% move, well, there's no point in that, right? So good job, Kyle. Way to do it, man. And hopefully we can keep getting a little bit of follow through and get a big flush here, and maybe did enough to survive this pullback. But hope you guys understand the logic. Love this entry. Very happy with this trade. Made us work a little bit, right? Made us work a little bit. But we got to trust our stop loss. We got to trust our thesis. And now we're getting paid out for that. So good job, everyone. Really, really good job. No, I mean, no worries, Paco. Did you stay in the play? I only played the 350s because that volume looked the best. So the 348 volume for me is not quite there. And so I need that 2K volume for me. If I can't get that 2K volume, if I can't get that 2K volume, then for me it's like a no dice, right? So I always, like, if you're going to play a different contract, don't compromise on that volume profile. So really good job for locking in a win. Like, I like that you're thinking for yourself. That makes me really positive, right? Like, it's fantastic. But if you're going to be picking different contracts, pick something that you have an expectation to be able to get in and out of easily, right? So that's what gives us a little bit more confidence, gives us a little bit more conviction, and keeps things being a little bit more stable, right? Where you can get some kind of mispricing behavior when you get those really thin volume profiles, really thin volume contracts, sorry, where one big order can come in and kind of like rage stop you out and then kind of still break down. So that's why I always look for those high volume profiles, right? And let's see if this thing can keep going, guys. But we're in great shape here. Don't need to do anything else besides watch on this QQQ. Right? Looks like we did enough to survive that pullback. So let's see if this thing can now flush towards that 351.70 area and kind of keep running. But really, really good shape. Do not need to do anything else. For those of you who are DTR guests, trade like this day in, day out with members. If you want to catch plays like this with me every single day, you can join DTR. And I'm running a little promo here where I'm so convinced I can turn you into a winning trader using the DTR techniques that I'll back you to become one, or I'll give you your money back. So if I can't turn you into a winning trader, I'll refund your entire subscription, and you can get started at dtrtrading.com/join. Link is down there in the description below, and I'll pop it in the chat here in a second. And all you need, right, is, daytradinglivestream.com/join. And all you need is $1 to get started, and you'll get full access to the Discord, so you know when to look into trades, right? You'll get all my entry alerts, you'll get all that sort of stuff, and you'll get access to the live stream every single day, 5 days a week, and you'll keep crushing it with us like we are here on this QQQ. So just be a little bit careful. Stop loss still 255 here. Might push this up just a little bit to whatever the low of this 5-minute candle is. So that's like 267 for me on these contracts. So I'm going to push my stop loss there. If we make a higher high, I'm going to get out. But really like how things are still shaping up, right? In good shape here, guys. So let's see if we can keep getting a bit of follow through, right, through that sort of $3 mark on these contracts. But nothing to do besides watch and sort of see that P&L number keep going up. Let's get back towards sort of that NVDA here. Not bad, right? Not bad, potentially. Just like to see maybe a little bit more volume still. Like to see maybe just a little bit more here. Just a little bit more before I'm convinced. So I want to be very, very patient. Next take profit, guys, for me is going to be $3 on these QQQ calls. Sorry, QQQ puts, $3. And I'll take off half of what I have left. So I essentially have a bracket order here. I'm either getting myself out at 267 or I'm taking more off at $3. And I'm very happy with this outcome either way. So it looks like price is bouncing off of that lower low, right, which is good. So it looks like our stop loss is in the right place, right? Touched 268, didn't quite get a fill, so that's fantastic. So now let's see if this thing can give us that next leg down here. That would be good karma, I think, for us. And let's see if this thing can keep giving us some follow through. But guys, in great shape here, right? In great shape. Let's keep an eye on this NVIDIA, right? Now maybe pulling back here a little bit more than we'd like to see. So wait this thing out a little bit. Wait to show us a little bit more relative strength. And then we'll have some more conviction to kind of run this thing down. But nothing to do, guys, right? Nothing to do here in the short term. We took our A+ setup here this morning, right? And now we're just going to wait for that next A+ setup to come together and just see if we can keep managing this position. We're creeping up towards that $3 here again on those contracts. And that's my next take profit target. So I can get a fill at $3. I'm taking off half of what I have left. And then going to push my stop loss up and just see if I can keep running this thing down. Let's go, Kyle. Nice work, man. Nice work. Love to see everyone locking in green, guys. That makes me very happy. Good job, everyone. Good job. Yep, so now what we want to do, right? We have to protect ourselves from ourselves, right? So we had a pretty nice win, turning into a pretty nice little green day. Our objective here, right, is to now not let a green day turn into a red day, right? So if you're going to be taking a trade, still a really challenging market, right? So size your positions accordingly so that if you do give back or if you do get stopped out or whatever happens, right, you're not going red on the day, right? Let's not throw away this momentum. Let's not throw away this positive kind of reaction that we've had here today. And let's just keep stacking up those wins, right? We don't need to try to get the most out of every trade. We need to get the most out of ourselves. And that's much easier to do when we're finishing consistently green, right? So let's get back to streaking. Let's get back to sort of stacking up consistent wins. And then everything else will take care of itself, right? Catching big wins, catching big follow through, catching big days is sort of a outcome from having a really solid process, right? From having a consistent, repeatable process where you do the same thing over and over again, where you can explain what you're doing to a 5-year-old, right? When you're able to do that, then you understand how you're trading, why you're trading, and then big results, big wins come from that. So protect yourself from yourself, size your positions accordingly, and you have zero excuse here to let yourself go red on the day. Do you guys have any questions about the entry logic that we talked about? Any questions there? I know this morning wasn't any different than normal, but the reason why we took it was different than normal, if that makes sense. So hopefully you guys can all understand the why there, why I was happy to enter on the break and hold instead of waiting to enter on a pullback or a sign of relative weakness. Honestly, that 280 close, Kyle, might have been perfect. So stop loss still that 267 here, guys, right? Stop loss is still that low. 2 cents away, so could get stopped here in a second on my remainder. But no worries if that's the case. There we go. I'm out, guys. I am out. So 0.82% on the day here. Very happy with that start, right? Maybe this was a little bit of a warning sign, that engulfing volume, but really, really good start to the day. Great entry. So nice to not get head faked. And hey, it's better to be lucky than red, right? But good job, man. Good job. And that 267 was absolutely the right place for a stop loss. All of a sudden, those contracts are 250. We've given away a lot of that hard-earned money, right? So really important to protect yourself from yourself, guys, right? Really important to do that. NVIDIA, didn't quite give us that look that we were looking for in the end. And in reality, right, didn't even give us that fake out, which is good, right? So that's what we like to see. Okay, made that lower low, right? Got that break and hold, but then didn't make a lower low underneath. So no traps there, right? That's good, right? That's what you like to see. That's a strong, believe it or not, this is actually a strong bounce here, right? Strong for bears because we don't have a failure from them here yet, right? So that is really positive to see. Very, very happy. But fantastic outcome, fantastic start to the day. And let's see if we can find something else here that wants to sort of behave and set up for us. But we're really in no rush. We do expect things to maybe get a little bit sticky with Fed minutes on the horizon, right? Anytime FOMC, anytime Fed even kind of pops its ugly head, we tend to get a little bit of chaos in the market and a little bit of molasses. So would rather kind of make sure that I'm not over trading here in this environment, and as this isn't one that kind of historically pays us out. So very happy to start the day green, very happy to be 1 for 1. If we get that next sort of A+ setup, we'll take a look at it. Probably realistically looking for stuff on sort of these longer time frames, right? Like now hourly, 30 min, wait for those sort of confirmations. If we can get that strength, if we can get that momentum, we should have a little bit of an opportunity to kind of keep running things. But looks like we caught the easiest mover of the day here, even though that opening, couple minutes of that trade wasn't super easy. Really, really good patience, guys. Really good discipline. And way to lock in a fantastic start to the day. So Zach, I don't know if you're in here. Remember yesterday? I keep forgetting what her name is. Laynard, I think her name is maybe. What was it? Oh, Brainerd. So she was talking about how she wants to see the Fed be more aggressive. Well, today, other Fed member says, while the Fed could move faster, it's already having an impact as seen in bond yields. So now they're trying to discount having to do more action, right? So, man, these Fed speakers, they just want to be celebrities. They want to be TikTok traders. And they speak way too much. So hard to put too much stock into their comments until we get sort of these like formal meetings, right? Now, it doesn't mean they can't have an impact. Clearly, this is having a little bit of a pullback, right, on that sort of news drop, right? It's turning on the algos here a little bit. But like, it's such just like bullshit rhetoric, right? For lack of a better term. Don't mean to curse. I mean, do mean to curse, but like, it's so stupid, right? It's so stupid the way that they just have to get involved with everything. And that also kills a little bit of that momentum here to the downside, right? Our thesis here today was that sort of downside continuation, right? That downside follow through. That's what we could get if we had that sort of trend day action. And so now we're seeing a little bit of a pullback. If we're going to get a reversal, that really slows things down for us, right? Where it's not necessarily that, like it's tough to fight the trend, right? And if we got that 3 for 3 pre-market where we got that full body volume, right? Sorry, full body candle, full increasing volume, and then that gap down, it's tough to then fight that strength, right, with a pullback. So have to be now very, very cautious here rest of this morning. And we do not need to overtrade. We do not need to do anything silly. We do not need to force anything that isn't there. And in general, very happy with today's price action. Very happy with how we were able to dominate that early morning sell. And now let's see where that sort of rest of that relative strength lies. So Rusty, the other thing, I know you were talking about that Tesla earlier. The other problem we had with this Tesla is that this risk reward towards that first barrier was just very challenging. So like by the time we get that breakdown under, it's just tough to get that easy look. So I struggled a little bit with that Tesla, just struggling to find exactly where like a clean entry would be, things like that. But now if we can get like, I don't know, maybe an entry around this 1051 again, could be interesting. But I'm not in a huge rush to do that. Especially seeing, because we're seeing a little bit of that outlier volume, seeing a little bit more strength than we'd like to see. So we'd just rather remain cautious and skeptical, right? At least with this QQQ, right? Okay, on this candle, it's a little bit more of that least bullish, right? Still maybe more normal body bullish than we'd like to see, but decreasing volume on that, right? So it's a sign of like it's an inconsistent narrative, right? So if we'd be looking to enter here on a stop loss, right, this would be a little bit maybe more logical, get that sort of trend continuation. Now, I'm not looking to look for a continuation move here now, because I think that headline just complicates things here just a little bit, or we could get just a little bit of an overreaction, and the SPY's pulling back more than we'd like to see. So I'd rather be a little bit cautious, a little bit patient here in the short term, but that would be more maybe the logic I'd go after. So really, for now, guys, right, let's see if some of these longer term time frames can kind of give us that confirmation look. If we can get a little bit more high conviction bars, right? Good volume profiles on these hourly time frames. So there's definitely a lot of sort of that selling pressure in this market, but we need to see a little bit more of a consistent narrative on these candlesticks, right? So now we want to see something that looks like this sort of most bearish candle, right? Or something along those lines. And if we can get that look, then we're going to have a little bit more confidence that this still has legs in it to sort of give us that next leg down, right? So we're kind of getting stuck at this 352 area, maybe has some space towards that 350 psych level here still today, but we need to see that volume candlestick combo to kind of sync up and tell us that same narrative before we're happy to sort of chase this thing down. So happy to be sitting on a winner, happy to be sitting on a 1-for-1 day. And like I said, not really in a rush to do anything else here. As traders, we get paid for our decisions. We don't get paid for our time. So let's keep putting ourselves in the right spot to make good decisions here this AM. Any setups you guys are looking at? Any charts that are catching your eye here this AM? If they are, right, pop them in the chat, guys. Let's go over them. The more questions you can ask, the more I have to sort of talk about here, especially as things sort of slow down and pull back, right? Maybe we could have some opportunities here to look for sort of some continuation breakdowns, but still waiting for these hourly candles to close, right? And then maybe we have a look. QQQ certainly giving us a little bit more conviction here, right? Certainly looking a little bit stronger, but just want to wait it out just a little bit here until things look perfect. Okay, good close there from QQQ, right? Really good close. Now, we want to be a little bit cautious here, right? So, on this, yeah, I'll take a look at pins here in a sec. One sec. Just want to be a little bit cautious here with this QQQ now, because on this pullback, right, this is greater volume than anything else that sort of came back here to fill this candle out. So, in this sort of last 10 minutes or so of that volume bar close, not exactly a huge sign of sort of that relative weakness. So this would be more of an opportunity. We'd be looking for an entry at the stop loss versus looking for an entry at the breakdown. Let's take a look at that pins. Same story on that sort of volume profile. Now I need to see on that hourly, right? Really good hourly bar. Really good hourly bar. It certainly looks like you got room down towards like that 2360. But same thing like with that QQQ. Where, okay, this is really good, looks really good, but then that volume doesn't tell us that they're really super strong bears here. So I'd like to see if you're going to look to enter this, you want to enter on a lower risk situation. So for me, that would be maybe if you can get around that, 2460 area, like a small position size, starter position. And then if you can get a breakdown through that 2411, that's when you'd look to add on to maybe full size. But this is feels trappy. Like same thing with this QQQ, where these two bars feel trappy. They don't feel like they're strong, increasing outlier momentum. It's an inconsistent narrative with what we've seen here so far today. So it's more like, it's kind of like putting lipstick on a pig versus being that, Instagram model, fitness model you want to go out on a date with. What it means is if it does break down, you want to see it break down on significant increasing outlier volume, right? That sort of at least exceeds this 1010, right? Or that 1015, right? Or you look for a low risk entry at sort of whatever the high is of that. So then you have that sort of insurance that if you make those lower lows, you have a very low risk entry and then already protecting profit so that if you get head faked, it doesn't hurt, right? Where you're already green. And so we don't really have that setting up here at the moment. So I need to be cautious and patient because I don't feel like there's relative strength here to the downside. And it's that same thing here on pins, right? Pinterest looks tempting, right? But you want to see something that at least exceeds, this 10.05 volume bar. That's where you've kind of seen that sort of sticky price action, that sort of consolidation step in. So you want to see that get invalidated with candle profile and volume. You want to get that real big visual confirmation that bears are back in control here before you chase this thing down. If you're going to look for a breakdown under this 214.11, whatever that number is. So it'd be better to get that super low risk entry, around that 2460 zone, or wait for that to get invalidated. In between, you put yourself in a situation where it's very easy to get head faked. So, right, look at that little fake out there, right? So this is what we're trying to avoid, right? We're trying to avoid that indecisive price actions. We want that volume to step in to support our thesis, to tell us that consistent narrative. And as long as we struggle to get that story, I'm going to struggle to find an entry on a breakdown, right? Same thing with that pins. There's not enough conviction here yet to be really confident that there's an opportunity. So remaining cautious here, guys, right? Remaining cautious. I don't think there's an entry here in the short term. So not going to overtrade, not going to rush if it isn't there. So this would be like enter at a stop loss location, right? If you can get a entry around this maybe 246 target on this NVIDIA, you kind of have that maybe confidence you can avoid that fake out here to the downside, right? And then what we like about this is that this is at least an inconsistent narrative on the way up, right? So strong looking candle, but weak looking volume doesn't tell you that bulls are in control, right? So nothing there that invalidates the sort of second most bearish candle to the downside. So you'd be looking for sort of that, continuation move. But you want to have that insurance for by the time you make those lower lows that you're not sort of getting faked out, right? Now, I'm not chasing after this because I feel a little bit skeptical about how this market is behaving, especially when indexes are getting a little bit stuck here. But that would be sort of the logic, right? Where, okay, you got that follow through, you got that breakdown. Now you want to give yourself that insurance if you can get that further follow through, and then you'd be sizing your play accordingly, right? So because this is still a little bit of an inconsistent narrative, you don't want to be going full tilt here on this entry. If you want to go like a quarter size, right, half size, much, much smaller, and then kind of apply yourself a reasonable risk profile, right? But if you can get something that's like an entry around this 246.20, right, with a stop loss, maybe around this 246.80, you give yourself a really good risk reward ratio, right, of 2-to-1 towards that initial breakdown, and then like 10-to-1 towards that next area of resistance. So this is the way you'd want to think about things now as things get a little bit choppier. But I'm not chasing after this personally because the indexes look stuck. And when the indexes look stuck going into a news event, right, with this Fed minutes, it's too much potential for me to get shaken out regardless of if I'm correct or not. So I'm not really interested in taking a shot here. So for now, just rather to sit on hands and protect a nice green day. So no follow through across the board, guys, right? When price gets sticky going into anything associated with the Fed, I just get nervous, right? 15 min, kind of a nasty looking candle there, right? Increasing volume, not quite bullish engulfing, but normal body bullish candle. A little bit more relative strength than you'd like to see for that downside continuation narrative. So not for me. Rather be very disciplined and not really chase after anything here. Kind of got that initial move out of the way, right? We caught that initial flush, and now this market's going to chop about until Fed minutes come out. So not really in a rush to do anything, not really in a rush to chase after this action. We don't have much of an edge here, so not really going to force things that aren't there. So still not much to do, right? When price gets sticky going into anything with the Fed, I just get super nervous, guys, right? So now over the last, this little box here, right? 10 o'clock, last 55 minutes, this is pure consolidation price action, right? Where we're waiting for something. And we know what we're waiting for today, right? We're waiting for Fed minutes here all of a sudden. So our expectation here now after this first 90 minutes of the day is that probably not going to have anything else until sort of that last 90 minutes of the day, right? So now this is going to be theta killing, kind of time decay, right? Option crushing price action, where it's really hard for us to have an edge, right? If we're momentum breakout traders. So for me, there's not really too much to do here. I know that's a little bit boring, but I'd rather be sitting on a nice green day like I am instead of forcing plays just because I'm a little bit bored, right? So instead, being cautious, being patient. If something sets up, it'll become immediately obvious to us. But we don't have that immediately obvious here yet. So need to be a little bit patient here, right? When we get these fake outs to the upside on that low decreasing volume, that's not exactly inspiring confidence that we're going to get that sort of easy momentum here to the downside. So we don't want to fight the trend, right? We want to keep that trend continuation, right? On the index level, trend is to the downside, right? Failed breakout there yesterday, right? Increasing volume, full body bearish candle, normal body bearish candle, whatever you want to call it, right? It's 1, 2, or 3, right? It looks like one of these first 3. And so we need to support, right, that thesis. We need to look for continuation of that thesis. And we're not getting anything that really tells us that that's in play here yet. So our opportunity for reversals, our opportunity for sort of those low volume kind of shakeouts is super high right now. And that's going to be really annoying. It's going to be super tilting. It's going to kind of drive us a little bit nuts. And I'd rather avoid, right, kind of destroying my mental capital here, right, this morning, chasing after action that I don't really have any expectation to be profitable on, right? It'll be fun to have a position on. It's exciting, right? It's exciting to go to the track. But when we don't have an edge, when we don't have that perk, we don't have that advantage, I don't really want to rush it. I don't really want to force it, right? There's no value for me there, right? So we took that nice QQQ play off this opening bell, caught a really good win from like, was it 246 entry, right? Or 236, 234.8 entry, all the way up towards like that sort of 290 range. So we don't really need to do anything else besides sort of sit and chill on a very nice green day. Atta boy, Max. Nice work, man. Keep stacking them up, dude. Keep stacking them up. Right? Consistency happens. Right? It's easier to survive pullback. It's easier to breathe. It's easier to trade well when you have a backdrop of green days behind you. So keep killing it, Max. You're crushing it recently. So don't force things that aren't there. You know you have this edge. You know you have this little strategy that works off that opening 30 minutes. So don't compromise on that. Right? And just keep stacking them up, dude. So NVIDIA, right? If we entered at that stop loss, this would have been our insurance area, right? So that's the objective here. If we're going to take a stab here at something, we want to have as minimal risk as possible when we have the expectation of things going to fake us out. So for now, I'm still not really chasing this. I don't really feel that motivated just because the indexes look stuck, right? So if indexes keep bouncing off of this 352 barrier, and now we have a lot of evidence of that, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? 7 kind of points where it's touched that zone. Not going to assume it's just now going to break down here all of a sudden, right? And then we don't have any evidence of this being an area where, okay, bulls are stepping in and being interested, because if they have, or if they were, right, where is that follow through, right? Where is that reaction? So this is a market that's still stuck, that's waiting, where we need more information, and we're waiting for that news data to drop here, right, when Fed minutes come out at 2 p.m. So need to be a little bit cautious, right, still in the short term, and nothing for me to force, nothing for me to trade while things remain stuck. Okay, right? So again, right, another little touch of that 352 barrier here on QQQ, but really disappointing volume profile, right? So hard for us to say and look at this, hey, bears are in control, right? Or bears are super strong here. They're not, right? If they were, then this volume would be a lot bigger, right? It would be like this 10-10 volume. It would be like this 10-15 volume, right? There would be enthusiasm behind that move. And so when we don't have that enthusiasm, we don't have an A plus look, we can't look to enter, we can't look to chase on any sort of breakdown here. So I'm still being cautious, I'm still being patient. If it wants to set up, right, maybe we'll get a look on these longer time frames, but nothing here is telling me that this thing is ready to give us that next easy leg of follow through down. So I'm still sitting on hands here, nothing for me to do. Hey, Carlos. Yeah, man, doing well here so far. Caught a nice little play on QQQ to start the day, and now kind of sitting on hands. How about yourself? Let's go. Let's go. Nice work, dude. What was the setup? What was your entry? Good eye, by the way. Nice, good, really good eye. You're killing it. That's sick, Carlos. Congratulations, man. That's great to see. How's your trading been going otherwise? Well, that's all right. You're back on the path, right? So that's okay. It's good that you're seeing improvement, man. I'm very happy for you. Very, very happy. But that happens, right? Totally happens. So you don't need to hold everything stubbornly till the very end. Remember, right? Your math changes or your profiles change once you're protecting your entry, right? Then you have that lottery ticket. Now, not every lottery ticket's going to cash out and win big. But if you can buy lottery tickets that don't cost you anything, right, then the math is in your favor regardless. You don't need to necessarily run things all the way to the very end. So that's not how things work. But if you can get the majority of that meat off the bone, leave some scraps for someone else, man. You don't have to try to get the top and bottom of every trade. It's too much stress in that. Getting the tops and catching the bottoms, it's kind of an element of luck to it versus skill, right? Because you need volume to step in. You need other market participants to have the same enthusiasm, right? So you're banking on things that are outside of your control. So instead, right, focus on your process. Focus on those little things that you can control, right? Focus on those little variables, and then everything else will take care of itself. So if you get to positions where you're protecting entry, where you're locking in wins, you're going to get some follow through. You're not going to get some follow through sometimes. But if you just keep stacking up those green days, you keep stacking up those green wins, you'll find you get there, you'll start catching more and more because you'll have a backdrop of confidence to help you get there. Number one thing, always, right? Our first job as traders is to be able to come back and trade again tomorrow. It's not to make money, right? We blow up our accounts trying to make money, well, we can't trade again tomorrow. And that sucks, right? This is the most fun thing in the world. So give yourself a chance to come back and play again. That's your responsibility, no one else's. So again, right, still not super convincing price action here on these breakdowns. So it's hard to have much enthusiasm in this QQQ, right? Doesn't mean it can't go. Doesn't mean it can't give us that follow through, right? Just means that it's not an A+ look for us. So if it's not A+, why compromise, right? Don't cheat yourself. just because you want action. Well, I hope it gets there, Carlos. Hope you can get that target, man. Keep it up, dude. Yeah, good question. So I have a little bit. Been getting a lot of head fakes here recently. So trying to change up the sort of entry logic a little bit sometimes. So when we don't have that sort of building momentum, don't have that sort of consistent trend, don't want to be looking to enter on breakouts. Want to be looking on sort of pullbacks of relative weakness, and then making sure that that risk reward is in our favor. When we enter on sort of that, when we don't have like that perfect momentum, we don't have that good trend here to the downside or upside, then it's hard to not get head faked. But if we have that momentum, we have that strength, we have that relative momentum, then happy to kind of keep things going as is. But if we're struggling, if we're market's not giving us that super clean trend, then I'm going to be a little bit more cautious with my entry and look to enter where my stop loss would have been, if that makes sense. Yeah, when things are choppy, you got to be a little bit maybe more patient. It's something I need to work on too. So, right, this is our warning sign. We knew that this was not a strong price action here from QQQ, right? Volume never confirmed our idea, never gave us that sort of confidence we could get that follow through. So this is not unexpected, right? This is what we think is going to happen. Sticky price action around waiting into a news event. It's just not for me, right? So we caught that move off that opening bell. Now we're sort of just hanging out, right? Nothing to do here, guys. Nothing to do. Okay, so this could be more interesting here on this Apple, right? Where you got a little bit of weakness here in this run up, right? A little bit of a breakdown, a little bit of follow through, right? And then weak looking candles on weak looking volume, right? So this would be a little bit more interesting here as a spot to try to fade this thing back down towards that 170 target, right? And then look for that breakdown towards that 168.50. But same thing here, right? As long as indexes remain stuck, I struggle to want to chase after leading names, right? These things are all just waiting for that same piece of news. But if we're looking to enter at our stop loss, right, this would be what we're looking for. We're looking for that relative sign of weakness, right? That inconsistent narrative of bullish strength, and then look to enter on that pullback. Yeah, for sure. So Apple, right? We've had this signal breakdown here, right? We've had that sort of trigger. We look like we've got room, you know, down towards, say, this 170 target, right? So that seems to be where we found resistance. But what we don't have is confidence that we're going to get that easy follow through, right? So what on Apple, what our concern was here today is that this wasn't a very strong trend, right? So, okay, normal body bearish candle, but disappointing daily volume plus gap down, right? It kind of gives us that 2 out of 3. So compared to QQQ, right, which gave us that increasing volume, right, full body candle, whatever, same candle strength, right, and then gap down, right, that's 3 out of 3. So we have a less of a strong trend here on Apple. So what we're looking, right, instead of looking for that breakdown or chasing that breakdown here on Apple, we're looking to enter on a sign of relative weakness, right? And the reason we're looking for that is to make that risk reward profile more beneficial for us, so that if we take a loss, right, it's really small. And then if it wants to break down, right, we have that sort of P&L insurance so that if it fakes out, right, we don't get stung. So what's interesting about this Apple, right, is on this pullback here, right, this is a sign of relative weakness, right? Because we look at these candlesticks profiles, or just go candle arrows, for example, right? This candle here, okay, decreasing daily volume, and then more selling pressure than buying pressure. The next bar, right, okay, consolidation, but more selling pressure than buying pressure, right? Sorry, it's not that, but very thin volume, right? So again, we have two signals here, or two kind of signs of that sort of relative weakness. So then instead of waiting to chase in on this breakout here, right, we look to enter at where the stop loss would have been, right, which would be the top of this range for a move back down towards. So look to maybe enter, on a touch of this 170.90, and then, stop yourself out at like this 170.120, or maybe if you want to be super aggressive, right above this like 171. So all of a sudden you have a, 7-to-1 risk reward ratio, and you're still kind of supporting your thesis, right? You're still supporting that sort of bearish thesis, but you're not giving yourself as much pain if it doesn't work, right? So you're entering on that weakness, you're giving yourself that chance to kind of have that insurance on that follow through. And we have that confidence that it's weak because these candlesticks and volume are not telling us any bullish strength, right? They're not exactly giving us that huge sign. Now, we're not interested in this, right? Because indexes are stuck. So if indexes are stuck, we're just going to assume that this is just going to chop about. But if we were getting a little bit of follow through on the indexes, if they were trending like they were earlier, this would be the signal that we're looking for to kind of get that follow through. So hopefully that makes a little bit of sense. So it's like, what would be, maybe the way to think about it is like, if we were looking for confirmation, right, what would our confirmation look like? And then if we're looking for weakness, what's the opposite of that, right? So the opposite of weakness is these kind of disappointing candles on disappointing volume. So if we get those signals, then we want to look to enter at sort of the high of that range, right? And kind of assume that bears are going to step back in or bulls are going to step back in, right, to defend our narrative or defend our thesis. Basically, the objective is if we don't have that 3 for 3 in the morning, it's to have that insurance for when we look for the breakout, right? Or the breakdown relative side. Because it's really annoying to get stuck. So far, I feel like we haven't missed out on anything here, guys. Yeah, 1 for 1 here this AM, right? Pretty happy with that price action, but things are now pulling back and sort of catching its breath since that breakdown. So we're waiting, right? We're waiting for this sort of Fed minutes to get out of the way. When it does, we should have an opportunity to maybe get some further follow through. But in the short term, I got nothing to chase here. We have about, I don't know, 15 minutes towards that lunch period. Probably stick around for another couple minutes and then sort of take off for lunch. And so normally always back for sort of that 1:30 time frame. At that time, we'll do sort of another pre-market rundown, right? Where we sort of reset, right? Make sure our technical analysis is spot on and see if we can kind of remake some plans for the afternoon session. We do anticipate a little bit of algo activity to step in here at that 2 p.m. hour, and that should hopefully create a little bit of volume and a little bit of volatility that we can take advantage of here today.
Liftoff of mission 41B, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
So for those of you guys who are DTR members, who aren't DTR members, thank you so much for checking this out this morning. Right, hopefully you guys caught that QQQ play with us here this AM in from about 235 to about 290 on, I can't remember what contracts we played here. We played the 350 puts, right? Thursday's expiration. So hopefully a few of you guys caught that play as well. For those of you who are interested in trading with me full time, you can start your 7-day kind of trial, see what it's like for $1. And sort of the promo that I'm running, right, is that I'll teach you how to become a winning trader, or I'll give you your money back. So if I can't give you, if I can't help you become a winning trader, certainly not going to get you. It's not fair for me to charge you then, right? So that's really the deal I have here. If you're interested in signing up for the Traders Challenge, and that's available here to anyone. I got a salad on deck here, Rusty. Yesterday was a little bit of a cheat day. So it's gonna sound kind of funny, but I have whenever I have a red day, I tend to like order from like a restaurant and like reset kind of my process, right, a little bit. But yesterday or last couple days, was like starting lunch a little bit later because we had trades kind of going into the lunch period. So when that's the case, I just sort on Uber Eats by delivery time. And yeah, yesterday was for that reason. But today I have a little bit of a salad. And yeah, exactly, right? Calories cure all, exactly. And yeah, be good. I don't know. Like tomatoes are back in season, and that's like, oh, that's pure joy for me. So I'll eat so many tomatoes I give myself heartburn. It's like the unhealthiest healthy habit. How about you? What you got on deck? Damn, that sounds super healthy. Sounds good. What's in the gym workout today? What are you doing? Oh, good luck, dude. So. Do you like leg day? Because I know that's usually like least favorite workout for most people. I like your black beans comment. That's good. But yeah, I pop cherry tomatoes like they're Tic Tacs. Yeah, I figured. Well, at least you're going into it on a green day, so that certainly makes it easier, right? I mean, that's why I run. Running, I mean, I never feel bad after run. I'm sure you never feel bad after leg day. Like, you never feel bad mentally, but it's like full body, get everything going at once. Don't have to do anything else. It's not complicated. And my dog looks so happy. He's always so happy after runs. So that's like half the motivation. If I could teach my dog how to squat with me or do deadlifts, maybe that would be a different story. But he's not quite that smart. All right, guys, that's going to be me taking off here for lunch. So stream will still be active here over the next little bit, but I'll be back at it again around this 1:30 time frame here, like always. So hopefully we can have a strong afternoon session here. Hopefully Fed decides that it wants to do some nice things for us, but not going to be in a rush to do anything too crazy here, guys. And number one priority is that make sure I finish green on the day. So I'll be sizing my plays accordingly to not give away a very nice green day. So I'll talk to you guys in a little bit, and I'll be back at it pretty soon.
computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
So back from lunch here, everybody. Hope you all had a nice little break as well. A little bit surprised by this Microsoft sell-off. Had an audible kind of remark here on that continuation, right? But kind of hitting and stopping at that 298 barrier here. Maybe getting a little bit of some reversal volume. So probably not a look for me to the downside in the short term. But like the look of things, right? Or at least filled out all of our levels here today. Interesting. In general, right, if we just go daily time frames here, we seem to have found a lot of a pullback here, or sort of a lack of sort of follow through on most names. And so that's sort of expected, right, as we're creeping up towards that FOMC, right, sorry, Fed minutes, right, here at 2 p.m. So we're going to wait for that to sort of drop, right? That's sort of going to be our expectation of possibly being a little bit more challenging here, right? But a few names giving us a little bit of volume here, right? Microsoft on a really good volume pace. Maybe not for today, right? But for tomorrow, a lot more momentum here this AM. AMD not really in play. NVDA needs to fill out if it's going to be interesting. 30 min volume kind of invalidates sort of any short-term bearish thesis. So we want to be a little bit cautious here, right? Okay, increasing sort of bullish engulfing candle, right? Bullish engulfing on volume. But let's be honest, right? In sort of the relative context of today's price action, this is not exactly a strong volume bar. Facebook now kind of gone to Wick City here and getting a little bit choppy, right? It's tough for me to want to chase after this further. Yeah, maybe. It could do, but it's nothing here that tells me it will, right? So I'd rather like not chase after that speculation, right? It could not. What I know is that this market, right, since that sort of first, say, hour of the day has gotten stuck and sticky, right, waiting for whatever this news narrative is. So I'm not going to assume all of a sudden that narrative is going to change. Just because we have a drop, right? So sometimes there's positioning, sometimes there isn't. And so I'm not going to play hero and chase after that. For me, if I can get a follow through, right, I need to see that sort of lower low happen here. If we can get that set up, then yeah, things could certainly get a little bit interesting. But in the short term, I mean, the bearish momentum, right, has sort of disappeared. So hard for me to sort of assume that it's going to step back in, right? And feels like a little bit of a gamble to just, I guess, enter on that sort of speculation. I don't feel like I have an edge there, right? So hard for me to confidently want to chase after that price action. Same thing with QQQ, right? Nothing here is telling me that I have any confidence on a signal that we might get in the next 30 minutes, right? So if that's the case, it's hard to have much conviction that that's a look that we're looking, or that we're going to have an edge on, right? So for now, I'd be more focused and have more of an emphasis on sort of protecting what I have, and then waiting for things to set up absolutely perfect here for this afternoon, right? When we trade options, there's sort of two windows in the day where we can expect reasonable action. And that's first 90 minutes of the day, and then sort of that second 90 minutes of the day. So that for me would be sort of the target, and look to see if we can kind of get some sort of setup for that sort of last 90 minutes. Everything in between, a little bit maybe sketchier, and not really in a rush to chase after it. So this is why we don't, right, try to trade on speculation. Right? We wait for price action and candlesticks to sort of confirm our ideas, right? So market can remain irrational. It can do sort of whatever it wants. And so if it's pulling back like this, if it's behaving like this, right, we can't just get stuck to sort of an idea and assume the market's going to behave that way. So that's why it's important that we always stick to our plan, right? We don't make things up as we go and wait for things to sort of sync up to look exactly the way we want before entering a trade. So for me, guys, right, not much to do here until these Fed minutes drop in about 20 minutes. And hopefully we can get some action here after that time frame. So now maybe rejecting here a little bit, right? But no obvious entries for us across the board. So very much still sitting on hands here, waiting to see how sort of these Fed minutes come out and sort of impose their beliefs here on this market. Could be an opportunity for a really aggressive red to green reversal, right? Where we look to sort of fill that gap. But we want to be cautious, right? That we're fighting this trend here a little bit. So need to be a little bit patient, waiting for things to be absolutely perfect before I look to chase after that next move down. Definitely getting a big volume profile on some of these names, right? Like something like this Tesla kind of has surprising 30-minute vol, right? Like this is a much bigger volume profile than one would expect at this time of day. Now, I don't know if that's positioning. I don't know what that is specifically, right? But it creates an opportunity where we could have an expectation of there being some action here for us, right? So nothing to really force, right? Nothing to really chase after here. There's nothing that tells me, okay, like we've not invalidated this 930 volume, right? We haven't done that here yet, but it's an interesting kind of volume profile. Now, oftentimes when we get these sort of FOMCs, right, when we get this sort of stuff, it's not, it's usually that first move is kind of the fake one, right? So we want to see how these algos get turned on, how they react, how that news sort of comes together. So we'll be careful. We'll be watching, right? Still got about, I don't know, 9 minutes to go here before that drops. And so we'll have a pretty good idea of what this market wants to do by then. All right, so algos are turned on, right? Let's see if we can get a sort of any indication here from the Fed minutes. I haven't seen any information get dropped here yet, so just give me a second. Interesting. Thank you for sharing that. So getting a little bit of a pump here, right? So now let's see if this volume can stay and hold here as we kind of get these green to red reversals, right? Look at the SPY. Has a chance to maybe fill this gap here all of a sudden. Nothing for us to chase here, though, in the short term, right? So here, right? Sometimes that first move is a little bit of a fake out. So we're not chasing this, guys. We're going to treat this like market open, right? So essentially, let price resettle, right? Let price establish itself for us. And then we're going to have an opportunity to figure out where that sort of relative strength lies, right? Had a chance to fill its gap, maybe had a little bit of momentum, but that's now fading here a little bit as more and more people have a chance to sort of see that what that headline actually means, right? So this for me is a pretty nasty candle. Really strong volume, but very, very nasty candle, right? Not exactly screaming out relative strength in either direction. Doesn't give me much confidence that we're going to get much hope here. So realistically, right, let's trust some of these longer time frames here and see where that relative strength steps in. This thing can fill out here though, right, on one of these longer time frames. Maybe we can have an opportunity to look on a pullback, right? So because we're fighting this trend here, if we're going to be looking for this red to green reversal, fighting this trend, we want to see this thing now pull back for us, right? Look to enter at where our stop loss would be to then run this thing up. Short term, definitely kind of an algo punch there, right, in either direction. That's huge volume. It's highest volume bar of the day. So we need to respect that, right? That's a little bit of chaos. That's a little bit of volatility. Just want to be a little bit patient, right? That we're not forcing anything that isn't there. Not seeing many of these bars are giving us a nice look here in either direction. So anything that's specifically catching your eye? So there's a new tool that I've been kind of playing with here a little bit. I know I talked to you guys about it yesterday a little bit, right? And it's this sort of trade well thing. So this is going to be a little indicator of sort of that option flow. And we'll get some possible indications, right, of like really big orders coming in, things along those lines. So look, right, QQQ now really aggressively selling off after possibly trapping in some buyers. Very interesting price action here so far, though, from those Fed minutes. Nothing immediately for me to chase after, though, guys, right? I'm being still a little bit cautious. Okay, so really interesting, right? Making lower lows here on the SPY. Not quite there on QQQ. But SPY making lower lows. It's a little bit tricky because we want to see that probably 444 area now break and hold, right? That's our sort of next perceived area of resistance. So after what was a very, very volatile 15-min bar there, don't know if we had that right risk reward profile towards that 444 target. So still want to see this thing break and hold under here. So now I'll be looking for maybe some sort of head fake, right? Something along those lines. And then look for an opportunity, maybe look at to enter at a stop loss. Under this 444, right? Let's map it out so we know what we're targeting. So you have maybe a little bit of resistance to this 443.70. That gets a little bit tricky. And then that 443. And then under 443, then it starts to move like $1 at a time. So then we have that 442. And then that 440 area. So a little bit to maybe be nervous of here still. Maybe under this 443 could become a little bit tighter or a little bit more reasonable for us to look for a setup. But I'm not sure if we're going to get that right risk reward profile on the old spider. Now, this is a little bit stronger than QQQ because at least on this 1410 volume bar, right, we have that increasing volume profile. Whereas on QQQ, right, it's not giving us that same sign of relative strength. Interesting move. Yeah, very interesting. What can be a little bit frustrating here, though, is it might want to just sell off without us, right? And that's fine. So be it. If it wants to break, if it wants to run, not the end of the world. So look at General Tech looks a little bit more like QQQ, right? Facebook, maybe not so much. But Tesla, right? Apple, Microsoft, all kind of giving us that decreasing volume profile there on that previous 5-min bar. So wait this thing out, right? We don't really have a logical entry here yet because we don't have a logical stop loss for a play, right? So our objective isn't to try to catch a falling knife or to try to speed up that same process, right? We're trying to wait for that opportunity where we have a logical entry, where we have a logical stop loss. We don't have that here at the moment, right? On this move here, right? Okay, not bad. We're risking 24 cents, but we're risking to make 40 cents, right? Like that's not reasonable. There's no reasonable expectation here. And when this thing doesn't pull back, we don't have any evidence of seeing where buyers want to step in and defend, right? What we always want to see here, where we look for our stop loss, is see buyers step in and defend, right? And then they get taken out, right? So you see where they're weak, right? And then when they're weak, right, that's where you know, okay, if we lose this level, right, I'm wrong. So we don't have any evidence here of them stepping in and defending. So tough for us to chase this move down here in the short term. Again, right, maybe we have to wait for these longer time frames to kind of give us that clean price action. So we're not quite getting that look here yet. Now QQQ starting to break down as well. Maybe this will give us the opportunity for that increasing outlier volume, right? If we can get this thing to go kind of increasing volume bar, right? We're making lower lows here. Certainly have space down towards that 350 target, right? So maybe there's a little bit of an opportunity for us to then run this thing down, but we still need to see this thing close, increasing outlier volume, little pullback, right? See this candle go green, right? See those weak sort of buyers step in, get crushed, and then we can have confidence that we can get that clean follow through to the downside. Things are going to rush without us, that's fine, but I'm not going to FOMO myself into a play just because things are moving very aggressively, right? We talked about this morning how after that QQQ play, our number one objective here is to make sure that we finish the day green, right? So no matter what happens here, right, we want to make sure that we're finishing the day green. And so that means we're not just going to chase something because it's exciting, because it's moving, right? So we still want to be patient waiting for that sort of A+ look here. And we don't have that yet. Doesn't mean it can't happen, right? But probably looking like we want to just slow down, right? Let us catch our breath here before we chase after this too. And then, maybe that sets up or on the, longer time frames. So for now, not much for me to chase after. Need to be a little bit cautious, right? And when things look perfect, it'll be immediately obvious to me, but not quite there yet. So want to remain just a little bit patient and a little bit skeptical that these moves are maybe super tradable here in the short term. Don't fall for this, right? Like they're trying to trap you into a play here. Don't fall for this, right? We're getting dollar risk, right, for 50 cents reward. So it's not like this is the opposite of what we're looking for, right? So no relative sign of strength, right? Look even on the SPY. Selling off, breaking down, but then instantly recovers, right? So we never saw where bulls wanted to step in and defend on this breakdown, which gives us no logical entry for a stop loss, right? So this is how you get head fake. This is how you get shaken out of plays. Just because things are moving doesn't mean you need to FOMO yourself into a trade, right? Like we said, our number one objective here is to finish the day green. We're 1 for 1. So why do anything else that's going to take away that opportunity? Mancini support. I like that. VIX elevated at 23 compared to what it was 2 weeks ago. Anything that's in the sort of 20s range, it feels like it's smooth, calm sailings. So I'd rather wait this thing out on these longer time frames and smooth out that signal noise before I feel any confidence in chasing these moves, because these are very high volume, very aggressive sell-offs, and I'd rather just be a little bit cautious, a little bit patient here. Not quite ready for me here. Not quite. Honestly, that Mancini support line, I'm kind of laughing about it, kind of getting stuck about it. Like, it's a good line. So I think probably the reason why it makes me laugh is I don't know if you know who Roberto Mancini is, but he was like former Man City coach, like a legendary soccer player. And so it just like makes me laugh, like in that context. So let's see how this thing closes over the next 2 minutes here, right? See how these candles can close. We're looking for sort of a full body, full volume look, right? That's sort of what we're hoping for. We definitely have the full volume part down, but we need to see some of these candles, right, to shape up to look more like the second most bearish, right? I don't want to see any top heavy wicks because that makes it impossible for us to get that reasonable risk reward profile for any setup here to the downside or upside, right? So need these things to fill out. We need these things to kind of give us those full body, right, minimal bottom wicks. Otherwise, we're really going to struggle to kind of get any sort of action here, right? High volume indecision is the worst decision. I say that all the time. Probably one of my favorite trading sayings, right? And this for me is indecision, right? Looking a little bit, right? Making that lower low, unable to sustain that lower low, making that higher high, unable to sustain that higher high, all in one candle bar. It's not exactly convincing price action, right? So a little bit challenging environment here to chase after, and I'm not super motivated to give anything back here, guys, right? Not really my objective. That's a really shitty close, right? We made a dollar high above previous high, right? Like dollar above previous high, a dollar below previous low. That's like kind of a fuck you. Algos had an absolute blast there. Wow. Without really being particularly tradable. So for me, guys, there's not much here going on. I can't chase after this. There's no conviction here, right? There's no A+ signal. How can I say that bears are in control when they fake out to the downside and fake out to the upside, right? NVIDIA may be a little bit stronger. Didn't give you that fake out to the downside, right? Which is at least a little bit of a positive. But still really challenging risk reward profile to get here now. And I'd be a little bit reluctant to chase after this. So again, guys, right? High volume indecision is the worst decision. So no real follow through here, right? This just screams chop. Very gross. I would say this is like almost like worst case scenario price action for those Fed minutes. Where it like, I'm going to curse again, where it fucked over people on both sides. It's kind of nasty, right? So hard to have much conviction here that we're not going to get hedge faked when we've got evidence of getting hedge faked in both directions in the last 30 minutes. And that's quite the feat. So I'm a little bit skeptical here, guys, to want to chase after this price action. Glad you kind of feel the same way, Zach. Yeah, that's probably fair. Maybe sift through meme stocks. Yeah, what's Palantir and the likes doing? Kind of a bull flag here. Falling wedge, maybe even. I just can't believe these things are still alive. I can't believe it. In my retirement account, I've got one share of GME, average price 414. Whoops. That's a tough look because you're fighting the trend here, right? Bear flag breakdown. Big high volume sell-off day there yesterday. Gap down. It's kind of recovered since. It's a little bit scary to maybe chase after this in the short term just because you're fighting the trend. Well, I take everything very seriously in the chat, Zach, so it's hard to understand tone in the chat. So you gotta give me some slack there. There's a reason I'm a trader, not like a salesperson or something like that. You know what I mean? So I don't know if so when I was interviewing at the hedge fund I worked at, I was so nervous, right? Like it was such a big interview, all these little things, and it was, I can't remember what year it was now, but it's kind of right around that time. I don't know if you guys remember when there was like a terrorist attack at the at Paris's national football stadium during like a France versus Sweden game or something like that. Some suicide bomber triggered his vest outside the stadium. So it was right around that time. And I remember being so nervous for the interview. So nervous. And I sat down and my who ended up being my head trader, his name was Steph. And Steph was a super strange guy, funny guy. And he was super into photography. And on my resume, I had that I was into photography as well. And so he asked me like what kind of photography I'm into. And I like street photography, like documentary style, like stuff you see in like National Geographic. Now, obviously, I'm not nearly that good, but that's sort of what I'm interested in. And I panicked and I said, I really like shooting people. And Steph's response was, fucking hell, mate. Like, were you the one in Paris? and when he said that, I knew that I probably got the job. So it's, I don't know why I thought about that just now, but that's what being a trader is like. Yeah, that's one of my more tame stories from back in the day too. But yeah, all sickos, all psychos. Steph, I don't know if I should say this either, but he used to go on. We used to make fun from being like a sex tourist, and he would go to trips to Thailand via Amsterdam. Just absolute psycho. Great boss. You always knew where you stood with him, but like sometimes had like that, you know, Tony Soprano psycho vibe going on, you know what I mean? And then yeah. And then the fund owner, I'm not going to say his name, he wouldn't appreciate that. But he would like bring his mom around sometimes to the office, and he would like chirp her, like be like super aggressively like mean to her about like not letting him be on the computer when he was a kid, and like in her face, like really like aggressively showing her like the P&L and stuff like that. And it was like, oh, like he was like dead serious, like saying stuff like, oh, like if you didn't ground me for trying to figure out this computer program, like maybe we would have made like 60 mil more last month. He'd say stuff like that. And he was like dead serious about it. So it was a wild, wild place to work. Oh yeah, it'd be stuff like that all the time. I had a car, like a really shitty BMW that I bought. It was like, I think I paid like 1,500 pounds for it, just to kind of get me from point A to, like, honestly, I only bought it because I was tired of taking my golf clubs on the on public transport. And when I quit, I auctioned off my car, and I ended up selling it for like 3 times more than I paid for it, just because I was able to get people to start bidding for it at the desk, and more people were like too competitive. They wanted to win the bid versus actually getting good value for their for their purchase. So it's funny how like you can totally take advantage of that psychology. Like little things like that, like so ridiculous. Um, every January, we used to do this this contest, right? Where it would be like first week of January, first week when everyone's back in the office. It would be see how much weight you can lose in a week, right? So get in shape, right? Lose some weight, all these sort of stuff. So we'd have people like sitting on the trading desk in like, you know, like sauna suits, and like the only thing they'd eat for a week would be like ice cubes. And so they'd lose like, you know, 25 pounds or whatever in a week and be like fainting on the desk. And then always the following week, after the who can lose the most amount of weight, it was who could put on the most amount of weight in a week. And there'd be like thousands of pounds on people, on like who could lose the most weight and who would put on the most. And it wasn't so we did it fairly, well, as fairly as psychopaths can do it, where it wasn't the amount you lost, it was the percentage of your body weight that you lost. So that was our sort of great equalizer. And guys would lose like 15-20% of their body weight. And just like, yeah, in a sauna suit, all at work, just like smelling like shit, sweating all day. Oh man, like those are the things I miss about working at a fund. A little bit of a chop fest here, right? Since another high volume inside bar. Now, not high volume compared to previous bar, but outlier volume here, right? So high volume consolidation, generally not the move for me here, right? Generally not what I'm into. A little bit challenging to want to chase after this. NVIDIA may be looking like our best bet here for a possible setup this afternoon. So if NVIDIA can give us this like inside bar, right, maybe a little bit of a calmer price action, and then make lower lows under that 240, could have an opportunity to kind of run this thing towards like that 238.50, and then maybe even that, like, say, I mean, 230 shelf's probably pretty aggressive, but maybe like that 235 zone. But it's got a lot of work to do here. So I don't feel super optimistic that it will happen. Amazon's maybe looking, say this with like a little bit of reluctance, I guess. Looking relatively weak, right, compared to some of these other names. Right, so compared to QQQ, compared to SPY, Amazon's certainly looking a little bit weaker. Not exactly high conviction here, right? I wouldn't say I feel particularly ready to jump in after this price action, but something here potentially. If I'm a betting man here, guys, right, and I am, I probably think there's probably no more trades here today, realistically. Right? Those high volume fake outs just make me just nervous. And so if I have that backdrop, if I got that like feeling, pit of my stomach, do I really want to be the hero here to chase after something? Probably not, right? Feels a bit too gambly, for my opinion. So I'd rather be a little bit cautious here. Yeah, it could, right? If you can get that like high a day touch again. You know, this would be that spot you could look to, like sell the stop loss, right? Or buy at the stop loss sort of thing. But it's already tried to fill that gap a little bit. Doesn't have too much more to go. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if it wants to fill that before it does anything else. Right? We said something this morning where like gaps get filled within the first 48 hours, like 75% of the time or something ridiculous. So it's already filled half of it. Maybe it's just going to do the second half and then sell off. So I like there's a logical area here to maybe wait it out. If you get that, 450 touch, right, it gets a lot more interesting. Then we can have a bit more of a discussion, I think. But I'm not super content to want to chase after that. And the other thing here, right, what we'd like to see on this run up towards is weak candle, weak volume, right? Okay, so weak candle, strong volume, not quite the narrative we're looking for. So if this volume was a little bit lighter, if it was down towards sort of this, I don't know if you can see where I'm kind of using my mouse here. If it wasn't that increasing volume profile, then I would say this is a much more logical area where we could kind of sell up. So for me, it's a coin flip area, and I don't really want to flip the coin here. You might be able to wait for something a little bit better. It's not bad on this most recent 15-minute bar, right? That's that sort of sign of relative weakness. We would like to now see this candle maybe close down around this 447.15, right? And then sort of this next candle give you that touch. But stop loss, to have a stop loss inside the gap is a little bit scary too. And VIX pulling in this context, not really that much of a surprise, right? It was always going to be a little bit elevated going into such a big news event, right? Which is why we saw that volatility. So once that gets sort of taken care of, we do anticipate the VIX kind of going back down towards sort of more reasonable targets. If this was anything else, like if it wasn't FOM, if we didn't have Fed minutes today or didn't have like some sort of Fed speak, then I'd have a lot more confidence in what you're saying there, SF. Excuse me. And so I think that like elevation is a little bit manufactured because of the news event that we had. So that for me complicates things just a little bit, creates just a little bit more uncertainty. So I still remain not that interested in this. Not really. Really what I care about on the VIX in general, and it's a little bit different these days because we've had such a extended period of elevated price action on it. But it's kind of like just a volatility judge on expectation of getting follow through throughout the day. So generally, if I can get a VIX reading above sort of that 20 handle, then I can feel like I can generally get sort of follow through in the morning and the afternoon. Where there's, at least if I can get that volume profile, if VIX is kind of, 16, 17, 18, right, kind of around that handle, then it sort of becomes less of an expectation I can get that easy follow through, where there isn't maybe enough volatility for me to get too excited. But that was maybe something more like 3 months ago where I'd be saying that a lot more. These days, right, because VIX was hanging out like above 30 for a while or high 20s for a while, where that volatility became grinding, it's like grinding your teeth type volatility, whereas like really more choppy than anything else. So not exactly what I'd be looking for. But historically, I don't put too much stock into what it does intraday, as long as I'm seeing it remain relatively consistent. So if volatility is increasing and volume's increasing, then I just have confidence I'm going to get follow through in either direction. And that's really it. So the only reason, guys, right, we're not interested in chasing this, because it's inconsistent, right? Strong candle, strong volume, right, relative. So it's not a very interesting spot to want to fade, right, to sell at the stop loss here. So the assumption is that it probably tries to fill its gap, but I don't have an A+ setup for that gap fill, and I don't have an A+ setup here to play this rejection or to anticipate this rejection. So can't chase this move. Any of you guys Champions Leagues fans? Or football fans, soccer fans? Yeah, yeah. I'm I mean there's no action going on here anyway, but that's definitely on in the background. I have a friend who's at the game right now, so he's making me very jealous, sending me a bunch of videos. But it's been like an electric pace to the game here so far. Champions League is so fun to watch. Oh man. It's the best. So quite the rejection here after making higher highs right on the old spider. But tough volume profiles to chase after here for us. Right, so not super motivated, guys, to chase after this price action here today. Right, doji on the daily doesn't exactly scream conviction here for me. Right, high volume indecision is the worst decision. Now we do have some increasing volume profiles on some of these names, but not really any full body candles that are going to set up stuff for us tomorrow. So still being very cautious, but not in a huge rush to do anything else here today. So NVIDIA could give us a look here going into close. 2.5 minutes left on this bar. If we can get that nice increasing volume, right, this is going to be, what, third highest volume bar of the day, something like that. So get that full body look, might have a chance for a move towards that 240 target. Good little rejection, but needs a little bit of work here still. So let's watch how this thing closes. Yeah, it'd be a similar narrative here. Probably be targeting that 364 target, right? Whatever this shelf is. Something along those lines. Right? Maybe want to see just a little bit more volume. The volume on NVIDIA is just a slightly, just a tad bit better here already, right? Because it's already at that engulfing. Netflix has a little bit more work to do. In general, Netflix is a name I struggle to trade. Just because the option volume is relatively... I can't consistently get that 2K volume I want on those contracts. And the spread's a little bit nasty. So looking at those, say, 360 puts here at the moment, you've got like a 20-cent spread, 25-cent spread here. It's too big, right? It's a dollar move you got to have before I'm interested. Well, I don't know if it's going to test a new low, but that is a pretty aggressive rejection. Good question, Natash. Good question. Depends on how this thing closes. If I can get an entry maybe around that 245.80, could be interesting. But I'm really not interested in going any big size here, guys, right? Just to be very, very clear here. Right? No real interest in going big size and maybe pulling back a little bit more than I'd like. Right? These two consecutive candles here not exactly giving us those high conviction looks. Risk reward here is okay, right? 60 cents for $4.20. That's an incredible risk reward profile. But I'm not interested in going big size on anything here. Just looking here still, just looking. It's 240 puts, a pretty good vol. So I've had that little fake out here, right? Now let's see if this thing can make a higher high, go green on us. And then there could be an entry opportunity here. Probably want to see this thing break under 244. It's kind of a round number, right? Still getting good risk reward, right? 80 cents for $4, right? It's an incredible profile. Still want to see this thing make a little bit of a higher high after that fake out. Because these 5-min candles, right, aren't exactly telling you a ton of strength here. Well, we're not quite ready for it yet here, guys, right? I'm still sort of deciding. Just have lines drawn. If I decide, I'll write it out here, right? So now we've seen it kind of go green, right? Fake out, pull back. So now we'll look to enter on a little pullback here, right? So we can get a little touch around this 244 area. We'll look to enter, but I'm only going, you know, very small size here, guys. Right? Very small size. So if we can get a pullback here, right? Going to look to enter on that pullback. So if I can get an entry around this 244.80 here, that'll be maybe where I'm interested. Still a little bit stuck, right? These 5-minute candles all looking the same. They don't give me very much confidence. So we can afford to be pretty patient here waiting for this entry, right? Because we have a lot of room down towards sort of those lows. So I'm going to wait this thing out that extra 40 seconds here. If I can get that full body 5-minute candle, have a lot more conviction. So I'm still waiting. Still waiting. The indexes are cooperating, right? Which is what you like to see. Okay, so not bad, right? Increasing volume, not bad candle. All right, so we're still getting really good risk reward here. See how this thing goes. Just very, being head faked a ton, right? So I just want to avoid that if possible. So under this 243.20, guys, 243.20. I'm going to be looking to enter here if this thing breaks down. A little bit of a clock on this. This is what we're trying to avoid here, right? I just don't want to get head faked. Still getting really good risk reward though, right? Still getting really good risk reward. Right. This looks okay still. Just trying to avoid those head fakes, guys, right? That's all. This little 5-minute candle wasn't exactly a huge sign of strength, right? Kind of looked a bit like this least bearish candle versus this most bearish or second most bearish. So that's what gave me the little extra pause there. Seems relatively justified here at the moment. So now we got to risk $1.30 for $3. It's a bit more of a stop loss than I'd like. It's only about 20% stop loss, so it's a real lotto size play. But this is the price action I'm trying to avoid. This is very quickly become a risk-reward failure, right? So now we're risking $1, $2 essentially for $3.20. That's a risk-reward failure. So no entry here yet, no entry. Maybe you would have gone to entry protection mode there. Maybe. I don't feel that convinced by it. This thing can close as a weak candle here, right? On sort of that decreasing volume. Decreasing volume might be an ask. Might be interested in an entry around that 245.80. So, not a bad candle. What a player. All right, sorry, Chelsea just scored. Back in business. So I can maybe get an entry around this 245.80 could be interesting, but this is not the best. Again, guys, it just feels like a compromise, right? It just feels a little bit like a compromise. Right? The 30-min time frame and the 5-min time frame did not tell us a very convincing, or didn't tell us that same narrative, right? Where these candle bars, right, as we kind of crouched towards that sort of 30-min close, weren't giving us huge signs of that building momentum, right? What we'd like to see is at least strong candles, and these aren't exactly that. That's sort of, okay, a little bit of weakness, a little bit of weakness, right? And then you get a little bit of a follow through, but it's not a huge one, and then it reverses, right? So tells you two things. Tells you that maybe people aren't interested in that same idea as us, right? Because if they were, we'd see more volume or we'd see stronger candles. And still kind of requiring us to be just a little bit patient here. SPY goes engulfing on volume. Just a little bit inconsistent. So I'm just struggling to buy this narrative here. So I'm just, struggling a little bit with the conviction here. Spread's a little bit aggressive on NVIDIA too. More than that 2% at its worst. Mixed feelings here. Very much mixed feelings. So Fibs would tell you, right, if you're looking for a pullback, you want to be entering in this sort of golden pocket area. 246.15 to 246.45. Right, at least that would be your stop loss, right, above. So say this is your entry, you're risking 85 cents for a move, $2.30. Probably not good enough risk reward. Just struggling to find an A+ setup here, guys. That's really it. Just struggling a little bit to find that A+. So with a little bit of a clock against us, I'm not going to be looking for a trade here. I don't swing positions overnight, so I'm not super fussed to chase after this. That's just the alert, right? So this would be that golden pocket entry there, right? On that 246.30 touch, right? That's inside that range. But again, guys, right? Not super motivated by this. Not exactly those weak candles that we're looking for. Right? We want them to look like these last two, not these first three. And that's that first three. So I'm not convinced by the narrative here. Right? We get, as traders, right? We don't get paid for our decision. We don't get paid for our time. Sorry. We get paid for our decisions, right? And sometimes when we've been, the room has kind of branded this as a little bit of a Costanza market. And what that means is like, if every, opposite George, right? So if every instinct I have is wrong, then the opposite of what I think should be correct. And so it kind of feels like it's moving in that second most obvious way. So it pays to just take your breath a little bit, right? We don't need to rush into things. Don't need to force things, and saved ourselves from getting head faked, right, on this NVIDIA. So realistically, I think that's probably going to be it for me here today. For those of you guys who aren't DTR members and checked out the stream here for the day, thank you so much for joining us. If you're interested in taking the Traders Challenge and becoming a profitable trader, you can become a profitable trader in 90 days or less with DTR or your money back guaranteed. So if I can't get you to be a winning trader in that time frame, I will refund your entire subscription fee. You can get started for only $1. Link is there down in the description below or here in the chat if you're interested. If you want any questions, right, if you want to just learn some more, feel free to hit me up on Twitter, Discord, email, wherever you kind of found me, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Otherwise, very happy with the day, right? 1 for 1 on that sort of QQQ play from here this morning, right? From sort of that 236 area to that 290 zone. And we're able to get a really, really nice sort of breakdown here this morning. Let's do a quick little breakdown of what that setup was, right? So we got that increasing outlier volume, right? 5-min candle gave us a little bit of a scare, right? And then broke down. Sorry, here it is, right? So a little bit of a scare here, right? We looked to enter on this sort of break, kind of consolidated a little bit, and then sort of gave us that flush down towards that 352 barrier. I'll put together a little trade recap video of this later tonight, and you'll be able to find that on my YouTube page here as well. But otherwise, guys, that's going to be it for me here today. Like I said, 1 for 1. Pretty happy that we caught a nice little green day, didn't get head faked, and yeah, finished the day strong, right? So sometimes the trade we don't take is the best one, and certainly feels like a little bit of that case here in this sort of NVIDIA today. Not sure if we would have had a win on the downside. Not sure if we would have been able to stomach the pullback here on the upside either. So in general, happy to sort of stay away. Sometimes going into market close, you get a little bit of some funky behavior and kind of some challenging conditions that slow things down quite a bit. So we want to avoid that. We want good price action, not bad price action. And I'm not sure if there was much that was very convincing there today. So that's going to be it for me, guys. I hope you guys have a fantastic session, rest of the session, rest of the week, and finish the day green as well. Otherwise, guys, talk to you all tomorrow, and we'll get back at it then. Peace.